Good evening, everybody. Welcome into the AEL University Elite Series here for none other than Marble Rivals. We got Matsi, we got Emperor ZK, and it's time to play. We are getting straight into this week's games, this week's glory. And Emp, I'm feeling pretty good about it, but you know what else I'm feeling good about? Our sponsors. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. Big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But you know who else you can turn to when you're hungry, when you're feeling like you need some energy? It's Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Oh yeah. I'm feeling good, Amp. Feeling real good.
Yeah, absolutely. Feeling the best. It is going to be a beautiful night worth of Marvel Rivals. Cannot wait to get into some of the
Yeah.
action.
Let's go. We love it. We love Marvel Rivals. Let's take a look at our standings, though, see how our teams have been shaping up. Look at that. Look at that. We got UTS on top, pretty clean at the moment. UNSW right behind, only losing one game each, so all tied up there. Same with third. You know, QUT, RMIT, similar score lines, 3 games to 2 there. Solid stuff. Pretty. Oh, you know what? It's the same all the way through. Swinburne and Monash, 2-2 there. Macquarie Deacon, 0-4. So pretty solid, pretty consistent, I'd say. Uniform even from our teams so far, but Monash obviously having that rough first week. They did bring it back last week. So I'm curious what version of Monash we're going to see this week as they were last season's champions. You know, whether they are going to have a bit of a return to form there, or I don't know what's going to happen. What I do know is going to happen is we are going to be getting into some awesome games soon, though. You know, I like the sounds of how the teams are going. And I reckon they're going to have some pretty awesome times in store, you know? Very excited to see what that's all going to look like right now as we take a look at our games for the night. 7 p.m. Macquarie UTS, 8 p.m. QUT Swinburne, UNSW and Deakin for 9 p.m., followed by RMIT and Monash at 10 o'clock. Ooh, I got to say, RMIT have been looking really solid this season. Like, seeing them play inside this competition has just been leaps and bounds above what we thought they were capable of in the past. I think they've definitely locked in, so to speak, this season. And I reckon that's a great way to finish off the night, don't you, Web?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, disregarding the first week where it was a little bit of a disappointment, I think they have really found the way that they should be playing and that they have started to just warm up. Like, this is only, week number 3. Obviously, a lot of teams are starting to do the same. But more than anything, like, when I can start to be champion, and then they're going to go out quietly into the night, especially at 10 p.m. They're going to be playing with their hearts out. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's building up the anticipation there and really eager to see how it's all going to go down, how it's all going to play out. You know, starting off the fight card with Macquarie taking on UTS there. I think both these rosters have been cooking up some greatness as well, honestly. You know, I'm pretty excited to see what they are going to be able to do once we do get down into business there, you know, get straight in to the mix. But still, all the, you know, I gotta say, thinking of this competition as a whole, I'm really impressed with the level of competition that's coming out from all of our students. Like, every semester, honestly, I feel like it's just getting better and better every time. You know, seeing some of our students actually playing within this competition, also within other avenues there. It's great to see that they're traveling their esports journey, you know, and really giving it their all there. Just like our teams are going to be doing in the match one of the night. Macquarie taking on UTS. This is how it starts. This is where it all begins. And Richard, how do you think it's going to go down?
Well, I actually think it's a rather tough night ahead for Macquarie. They have definitely played really well. But the thing is, it's always at the finishing line, they do trip over themselves, or that, their plan gets sorted out really quickly. Representing MQU, you have Tashi 250R, Accelerate, Crescent, ISO, Adam Chicken, and Bolt Frag. On the opposite side, you have UTS on Fluente, Milk, Mickey, Anthony, Jisun, and Gas OCE. Like, this is a very flexible team. I don't think we've seen Mickey play just yet, but in the meantime, everyone else has been playing absolutely tremendously great on the side of ETS. They look supremely confident. Even if they do make mistakes, they don't overly commit. They are gonna be able to get their a lot of things back. Last week, I think we saw Jisuni and Anthony absolutely unchecked and just started becoming a menace into their games, and that's what yielded UTS their victory as well. Meanwhile, on the side of MQU, obviously we have people completely banning out their primary picks on the Sarah side, and then you can see them did struggle a little bit with a few members being picked out, and then they weren't able to really recuperate. So it'll be a very interesting night to see how MQU addresses those issues and see if they can actually close out those gaps.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like what they are going to be able to, I suppose, bring to the fray here. And thinking of players from Macquarie who might be able to bring them over the line, so to speak. You think of players like Tashi, definitely has been a bit of a star player for them consistently. Accelerate as well, I think is one to keep your eye on. Feel like they have some great potential there that they're going to be able to tap into. I think that UTS definitely have some heavy hitters, that they have to be aware of. I'd say that Anthony going to be always one to watch out for there. Jay Suni, no exception. Like, there's just a star roster, I'd say, a star roster of players on UTS. So it is definitely difficult to face them. But I think that Macquarie do have the capabilities to take it to them. I think that it's not an impossible venture, so to speak. There is opportunity there, and I am hopeful that they are going to be looking to capitalize upon that once we do have our map for the evening locked in. I think it's going to be exciting to see what that's going to cook up, so to speak. Actually, what was it? It was something. I've got the word of what the map is in this venture. It's going to be the Hellfire Gala going up. I think Hell's Heaven, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I'm going in a completely... Krakoa. That's right. Yes, Krakoa is going to be the one we're going to be watching out for. So look forward to that. But speaking of maps, though, I'm not sure if any or everybody actually saw some posts coming out from Marvel Rivals today. They're releasing a new game mode, the Resource mode, and they've given a little preview of the map, which is another Clintar themed map. It's the Throne of Null there, so look forward to that one from August 22nd. I'm pretty eager to see how that's actually going to play out for the game itself, and what changes that could bring. Whether that resource game mode becomes part of the competitive cycle, or whether it's its own like little fun casual game mode. Who knows? But I am very excited to see how that plays out. I feel like this is maybe more of a trial run there, but I got to say the landscape does look beautiful. So check that one out if you guys get the opportunity there. Yeah, it's looking fun. But speaking of fun though, Eb, I'm thinking we're gonna be getting into a lot of fun very soon. I'm heating up. I feel like when we see Phoenixes come out on the teams there, I feel like if you had a cup of tea in front of you, you don't even need to get the water boiled in the kettle there when you go to Phoenix, because Phoenix is just heating up the battlefield just with their presence alone. The Phoenix Flames are coming out. You can have fresh tea for free, Emp. But definitely keen for this one, man. I think our pick ban protect phase should be here we go on the way right now, as a matter of fact. So let's get into it, my man.
Yeah, let's go. We definitely needed some extra heat, especially in Sydney. It's been absolutely cold and blue
Human
absolutely.
Torch.
Well, there you
There's
go.
more heat.
More heat. They say more
Nah, that heat's
steam.
extinguished.
Yeah,
They
no
banned
more.
out. Thank God.
Well, we do have Fatal Both Royals. At least that's still there. We don't have Soul Resurgence, so I guess that's just going to be one of those things. They are going to highlight that we get to play it, you don't. So I'm assuming Loki Band's going to be coming as well, because that's a very powerful pick. But I don't think we're going to be able to see any other group. But they are going to be prioritizing a little bit more. I mean, I guess when it comes down to it, it could be okay. It could just be that we get to play Luna and like you don't get to do it as well. And there is what self-imposed Loki ban. Okay, I mean I guess that could
Mm.
just be something that they said. All right, we know that you guys can play it, so no, you don't get to do the same thing. And so Ultron being banned away with Cloak and Dagger. This is purely supports just going out of here.
Yeah, it looks like all the strategists are just being absolutely destroyed. So, with the limited options they may or may not have, I'm curious, what else is going to be coming into this. I think it's definitely going to be fun times ahead, man. I think definitely fun times ahead, but nah, it'll be good. Looks like we got the Magneto banned out from UTS there, but they're keeping it for themselves. So I think the Meteor is going to be good, especially, to try and take out some of those strategists there. Obviously, you do see the Meteor commonly used to take out things like the Luna, but I mean, the fact that Luna's banned for Macquarie there, obviously the Meteor might not find as grand a value, but I mean, in saying that, I have seen those possibilities where you do see some lucky shots, like, for example, the Meteor is able to take out things like on, very lucky in between those dashes from the cloak there. You can actually catch them with the Meteor, and that's a really big pick. But in saying that, I think that there's huge potential to just take them out anyway. They don't need to have a Luna ult for you to use that Meteor. If anything, not having the Luna is even better for you. So yeah, I'm just excited, Ev. I'm excited to see how this all goes. And Emma's coming out as well. I'm getting all pumped up, man.
Yeah, let's get a little bit pumped up. We do have a mixed bag of everything. I guess when it comes down to a Meteor M, it can be really good. The way that Meteor M is being thrown these days, sometimes I feel like with so much flyers in your face, you're throwing your forwards instead of like the ground. It's always going to be a rough one when you are trying to aim down at your Lokis, and you have to sort out who is going to be the clone. But in the meantime, I'm pretty much a fan of the current setup from MPU. Tashi on the Wolverine, seeing how much his burst is able to go through and just the skill, the life skill. It's always a joy to see with fellow Wolverine player like myself. I feel like it's something that you can really shred well, and there's the duck instantly. I was gonna get cancelled out, grab, escapes. There is going to be the heal, but it's not enough to be kept up.
Yeah, not enough to be kept up there. Going to be taken down. Tashi finding a lot of value on the Wolverine so far. Going to farm up the Feral Leave. Uh-oh, Psylocke. Oh, they knocked him off the map. Poor Jaysuni. See you later. The KO coming through there. Bot frag going to be holding back. Big damage coming out. Look at the Maelstrom up as well. Really pumped damage through. Speaking of Anthony, Ionic Hook. Oh! Sent Emma packing downtown. Locks in the KO. Cracking impacts online. Here we go, and they're already smashing past him. Getting tons of damage. And let's see how it goes from here. Ooh, they still get ticks from that ulti there. They aren't able to lock anything more from it. Eternal Bond coming out, though. Could be the resurgence UTS needs, and that it is. 2 KOs coming through. BkWhatOCE trying to stop them. And Song Inferno from Accelerate. Okay. No KOs from it, however. And so UTS continue to capitalize.
That's seriously, that was just the value coming from Anthony. Yes, you're able to cap the point, but then right after, you give me just a little bit of a bionic arm, I am gonna abduct you all the way, taking out the front, and then instantly translate it to everyone else falling. It's just huge. This is one of the reasons that Anthony has just been playing and leading for the team. And at the same time, you still have to look for Fluente coming back in, and they are going to nail the backline as well, just as a support, a little bit of support of combat. Meanwhile, God of Mischief is going to be channeled in. There he is, the last stand, and we are going to be popping out a little bit more. There's Meteor M, but we get it. Yes, we do. Crescent is gone, and Milk News is still up, so there is going to be some cleanup coming from the side of UTS. And this man is just looking one after the next, and that is pretty much going to be another successful defense from UTS.
That's it, successful defense, and they're going to be happy with that, but they just keep going again. Oh, Anthony. I think they got a little bit too big for their boots towards the end there. It looked like they just wanted that again train to just keep on going along. Well, little did they know it ain't happening, but you know what is happening? It's time to dance the night away. Dance to the butterfly coming out right now. They're not going to be able to get the value they want from it. Mickey going to be able to deliver, though. Finds Doctor Strange. Looking to arrange some more. Mickey is tracking well. They're trying to be caught there by Tashi, but little do they know, UTS is controlling the flow right now.
It's a bit of a silly one in the beginning by Anthony because he was just chasing for those clones. They just want a little bit more greedy resets. But here comes a portal coming through. MQU's potential last play. Sonic's seduction is going to be used. There is going to be a little bit more of the tunnel bomb that's going to be used. But first start, it's just looking for the Enslong Inferno. Also getting a little bit of nice damage. But it's not enough when most of it is going to be after. It's going to be a reverse induction. And at the same time, you can see the position coming in. MQU is being forced away. There is the Eye of Agamotto trying to find the stance of the backline. It's going to be okay for one. Milk News does go down, but right now they are both with their supports. Whoever gets these KOs is going to be fine. And there is Tashi. The Jisuni answering in reverse, but you will always take that Wolverine first.
Oh, it looks like we are going to hit the stop button for a sec here. You know, I think Wolverine definitely has been a valuable pick for Macquarie in the sense that they are able to get some nice catches there. Or, you know, in saying that, both sides really. But obviously, it does have its pros and cons. You know, if you're able to get a massive catch, you're able to do a lot of work with it, much like the bionic hook that came out from Anthony earlier, then you can really just sway the tides of a team fight. You know, you can really swing things in fruition there. So curious to see how grand those impacts will end up being, I think, towards the later stages of this first point, let alone the rest of this game. Like, this first point feels like we've already ran it basically through a whole map, doesn't it, Amp? Like, they've been going absolutely crazy on this one, just styling their way through.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think MQU is also one of the first team to impress me with a Wolverine that actually utilizes Rocker's jump. So, you know, put on the Wolverine, abduct someone, you take them back. You take them all the way to space. And then when they come back down to Earth, you know they are dead to rise. They are nowhere to be found. And the rest of the team, if they all jump in, they all die. If they don't jump in, whoever gets abducted just instantly melts. And that's exactly what it was played in the beginning. I don't think it fully went to plan because Diamond Form is a thing. And it just says no to the final abduction. I'm not sure on the full interaction because it was so fast. But then again, you know, they did it last week and I was already so happy to see it again. It's just a joy.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think that it's great that they are able to find those little joys. But speaking of, yeah, we're back in the joy zone, but it looks like Fluente going to be bringing out the portal. Oh, the KO is already coming through. Goodbye to Star-Lord. It's Accelerate out of town. Loki off deck as well. UTS just sway things back into fruition. And see you later. It's done. It's dusted. It's point one sorted out by UTS there. So they are going to bless the timeline on the carousel. No more spinning around. We're going to make it more chill in the Grove. Maybe even the Cradle as well to get a little cozy there. We'll see how we go. But, you know, where we are going is into this next point. We already have a few team-ups locked in there. Like, as you can see, Gas, Jaisuni, and Mickey just playing into that one again and get the attack of the clones out, so to speak. They've even got a little bit of a team-up happening on the other side of things, you know. Really just trying to give it their all here. So, curious to see if they maintain the web server, to be honest, for Macquarie, because it definitely has its place. You know, you can get a lot of mines out, especially being able to activate more of those eggs there. Really important for a penny player. So, curious to see what they do with this, Sam.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be too much of a stretch, but the thing is, Penny as off-tank right now is pretty much not in the greatest place unless it's your 1,000 hour solo hero. I mean, that could be a thing, but in this, it's so very hard to play Penny into this map where it's very one-dimensional. You're unable to do something. Meanwhile, the dumb chicken, we have seen the cap come out quite often onto Control, and it was the same as last week. Maybe there will be a little bit of a play, but Jisuni wants the instant get here. He's gonna play tail of the rules, and so while that's gonna be a thing, the God of Mischief is gonna utilize the of both worlds. It's also gonna be an asset in reverse. You you can see just how much both teams are going to emphasize potential danger. So using it as a way to buffer their defenses is going to be good, but Ensign Inferno finds the one. Milk News is going to be gone, but Jisuni picking the back is going to be a little bit late. So yeah, while they are going to find a few kills here and there, they don't have the support and they're all pushed off.
That's right, all going to be swayed away there. Big staggered KO onto Gas there as well. So that's going to allow a lot more presence over the mission area here. Dumb Chicken are going to be sticking it out on the cap as well. I like this Vanguard change coming from them, because when you bring out a Vanguard like the cap, especially paired out with that Emma Frost there, you can really just leave the front line to Emma, you know, put that diamond shield up, and then Cap can just be annoying. Get up in their back line and be an absolute nuisance, you know, target down those strategists, just sort of put the work in for them. So really keen to see how they maintain this. But speaking of, down to the butterfly coming out. Looks like the heals are outdoing the damage output there, but I mean, at least they're delaying the time here. But UTS are now bringing it back. It's the Anthony show. Triple KO on for the quarter. Looking to see if they can take some more. Hit the ground running on this one. A quad is all they need, and they will be able to speed back to a recovery.
That's kind of a rough one. I think they were also just going for this one because MQU identified that they're going to have to burst something somehow. Dumb Chicken Accelerate, they both decided to quickly play together to see maybe they can get a value. And then right after, they were punished for it. So I guess UTS just shows how much they can just tackle the problem head on and not really lose any members for no reason. Now comes a forceful push here. Do we see it? Nice little bit of a block. Ensign Inferno reverse, and that is huge as he blocks the meteor, and they are going to clean up the rest of the team. MQU, this is what we wanted to see.
That's it. Exactly what you want to be seeing there. They managed to turn the tides and bring it back. UTS obviously committed a few ultimates into the fray there, so very curious to see what else they are going to be able to look up out of this, because the ult economy, honestly, is still pretty solid. But we'll see what they are going to be heading into this with, what they are going to be doing, you know, what they're going to be making of it, as they all look to bring more fire into the mix there. But for now, we're just holding on to this mission area. Well, here we go. Psionic Seduction's coming out. Oh, it's the Freedom Charge. They're barging into it. Fate of both worlds. It's dead. So the butterfly. Everything is coming together.
Alright, there is going to be the full trade right here. Support for support. I start coming out, and you can see Miku's desperate, trying to find a little bit more value for his team. Suni quickly trying to find Crescent, but Crescent already wisely backed up. Ah, here comes the reverse sense of the butterfly. Who is the real one? And Milk News, he found out the wrong way here, but it's going to be okay. As of now, Kraken impact onto the side. I don't think they are going to find this kill here, but if he does, it's crazy aims. You can see it. Dumb Chicken does know exactly how to be playing this. There's no resets coming through. However, it's 99% versus a freshly recapped for UTS 45. They do need to survive from an oncoming onslaught where you can see Tashi Accelerate might be able to pull off something onto the back line, because Tashi has been pretty good and solid with the swap.
Yeah, solid with the swap there. We'll see if they are going to be able to hop around it and take more control. Good thing for UTS here is, even if there's more offensive ultimates available for Macquarie, they have Fuente, they have the Eternal Bond, so they can really do leaps and bounds to maintain control over the mission area here. But here we go, Ensong Inferno coming out, Eternal Bond are bumping through. They aren't able to stay in range there, and they are going to be sticking back. Let's see what they can manage to do here. Shot for shot are coming around the bend. Gonna hold it back. Psionic Seduction, immediate shutdown there. Macquarie could take control of this. Tashi cooking right now. Double down on the KO, looking for a third as well. They're hurting past the damage. Anthony's out. Portal does keep them online a while longer. They are doing a great job to block them off, but here we go. Now they're bouncing back. Or are they? But we'll see what they can come up with here. shots come out once again. The staggered KOs are flowing to fruition here for Macquarie, and UTS are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think this has been a little bit rough, but they are not going to be able to get a little bit more of a tap in. I think the stagger KOs really work well on the side of MPU, especially since that end zone Inferno and just the raw picking power of the backline has really hurt UTS. Where it's great, you know, you had Yasuni obviously poking at the back and flooding really nice damages here and there, even securing kills. But then for Mucus and Fluente, there's just so much pressure on these two, where they essentially have to look at each other and just start hitting each other with their heals. You know, after you use your ISARs, after you use your bubble, you know, what else do? You have Tashi accelerate constantly onto them. And then a dumb chicken doesn't really care about anything else. He just says, you want to damage me? No problem. I'm going to keep running after Wente. He's not going to be able to protect themselves. So at minimum, it's a good thing that UTS can trade out here and there, but then they're also trading a lot unfavorably for their side because their supports will go down the same.
Yeah, and it's going to be a problem, isn't it? Every time their strategists go down there, you know, if they are going to be forced into those kinds of situations, they really have to play it very strategically, very slowly, carefully even, in order to try and get themselves together. But they're going to keep it together. Ooh, accelerate. Okay. Going to be able to do in name and nature what they get done. KO's coming one after one. Anthony going to leave none standing. They are holding back on the Winter Soldier right now. Shots are coming out onto the mission area. Mickey is KO'd out, so that's one Vanguard down. They still have Gas OCE. Ooh, Freeze coming out on Tashi. Okay, not able to play any more damage for a sec there. That's looking good, but would look a little better if they can keep it going a while longer in a second. Crack an impact online though, Bionic Corp. See you later. Maybe not for long, but they got to stay out of Anthony's crosshairs.
Accelerate, gets punished, and here comes the cleanup crew. There's going to be some resets here. Cracking impact, absolutely amazing. Freedom shuttle to the back, but that's seduction. It's already being countered by Mewtwo's here. A lot of the, oh my god, look at those Phoenix damages quickly going through by Anthony and Mickey. They find those backline supports. They are just going to be able to pick them all up. It's a good 47%. You can see MPU did able to lock down in the beginning. You can see they give up a little bit of aspects here and there and sacrifice for the greater good. But in the meantime, you never disregard the potential power coming in from UTS. As soon as they get a little bit of a bite, they will quickly sink in their K9 and they say, delicious.
Yeah, they're going to be having an absolute treat there, aren't they? And we'll see. Treat could be looking like in a second here. Shots coming out. Damage over the top there. Maybe more around the bend. Creeping up on it. Bot frag in a bit of trouble here. Creeping past the rubble. Gas are looking to get it done. Sonic Seduction is available if they need it, but the damage is coming through. Their opponents now driving force. Gonna claw it up. Eternal Bond from Fluente. Good timing on it too. They still have mission area control. They can definitely keep it. That strategist ultimate there, but Fuente's down. Oh, and Milk's down as well. Both strategists are out of here. It's the Tashi show again. They have brought it back into favor.
Key problems here. The staggers are a little bit too much right here. I don't think this is what UTS wanted to do. Tashi is just gonna drop his insult in front of for no reason anyway. He just says, you know what, let's just finish the job properly. I can dump a little bit of holding here. It's gonna be the full reset anyway, so I'd rather do it when they are, you know, without ult. So they give UTS some prime time. You can see MPU. They're obviously not gonna be ready to do as much as they can when and notice and expect it. But they're gonna do as much as they can to build. So here comes the Sonic Seduction, here comes the Kraken Impact, trying to get all the cleanup, freedom charge onto the back, denying the recess. It is really good placements coming through. Anthony gets denied, there's not gonna be much more. There's the butterfly, dancing onto nothing as of now. And here comes the Abyss. Suni is able to get the cleanup, however, and that is exactly what UTS was looking for. A little bit of play is good. And you can see Now, yes, there's going to be some staggers, but how well will UTS defend?
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem there. Luckily, they do have Milk with the Fate of Both Worlds available right now. So, they've got a lot of effectiveness with that ultimate there. Portal coming out from Accelerate. On track with it. Sonic Seduction coming through. They have managed to steal the point back, so that's going to be a bit of a problem here. Milk still hasn't activated the Fate. Does pick it up now, but I don't know if it's too little too late. They are still going to be able to keep their existing, okay, members alive, I would have thought, but no, Fluente's down. That's a big problem. And now they're trying to track back, getting that portal online, but it just doesn't happen in time. Too little too late. They lose control, and that's going to be that. Done and dusted. Macquarie sweep it back.
Oh, there it is. That's what we're talking about. How much of this gap can you close? The MQU says we can close a hell of a lot. Really awesome plays coming through from Tashi. I feel like while we did see some front time Wolverine, we saw a much better Phoenix. Well, it was just so much more better. Coming out, huge DPS, very consistent onto it. The picks were good. I think the Infernos, the Ensign Infernos probably is the biggest thing that devastated the backline of BTS, where they were not able to keep themselves up. And yeah, look, you know, MQU, they take the first one. It'll be interesting to see what they are going to do with UTS on the next.
That's it. We'll see exactly what they are going to be able to do heading towards the second map of this endeavor here, Amp. You know, whether they can look to swing things back in their favor. Obviously, both teams have been able to showcase what their capabilities are, how effective they're going to be, you know, at taking each other on. I think both teams are pretty evenly matched, I got to say, but I was very impressed in how we managed to sweep things back in a favor heading into that second and third point there. You know, the first point looked pretty convincing, but then the vibe entirely changed coming through into that second one alongside the third. So great to see that they've got those capabilities. They're tapping into them very effectively there, and they're just killing it. Honestly, they're killing it. They're doing a great job. So very keen to see what map 2 is going to look like. When we do get into that one, you know, I think it's going to be a lot of fun heading into the convoy, so to speak. And yeah, just so excited to see what these teams are going to be able to bring to us, Em.
Yeah, I think, you know, where we can be seeing like tons of teams for not really fixing their mistakes. MQU, you know, they swung right out of the gates. They said, all right, first round, we couldn't really get ourselves, you know, into the groove in the beginning. Felt good, but then right after it did the same. And then, you know, one little bit of change messed up all of UTS's backline, and the whole rhythm was just stuffed around. Felt like, you know, while you were going with the flow, all of that disrupted and put back into place. You can see UTSD answer with a Venom pick. But I don't know. Personally, I feel like it's not the right answer. There was a lot of disjointed play, so they were rightfully punished at the same time. Yes, yeah, well, it is not the end of the world for UTS. But in the meantime, you know, if they want to keep their lead, if they want to, you know, continuously to challenge themselves, you need to immediately think about something of the position into the next.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. I think there's definitely things to consider there coming into the next one. I think that these teams certainly have a lot to think about, you know, heading into the convoy map here. Which one? I don't know which one it's going to be yet, Emp. I don't know which one it's going to be, but I've got ideas. Good idea. Nah, I reckon it's going to be fun regardless of which landscape we end up on. You know, very curious how these teams approach it. Maybe whether the ban and protect phase is going to have its own set of changes there, considering how much impact we found from some of those picks coming through, especially things like a Psylocke. You know, that was so common. But, you know, what's going to be on the table as well? It's going to be our next map on Convoy. It's Ixgard. Yggdrasil Path going to be coming to you live on this one. So, very excited for this, I'd say, staple map coming into the play here. Curious what the teams are going to be picking on it, though, Imp.
Yeah, well, you know, we need to have to push convoy. I always say you gotta have some really good backliners. You gotta have some good assassins right out of the gates. Some really top tier teams like to snipe right out of the gates because there's just enough room for them to switch around, and I feel like that's something a lot of people should start picking up. But then you also require some high patience. If you don't connect those shots, you're pretty much wasting time. How much more do you get? I feel personally the flyers are a good thing. Like if you don't see your typical punishers, I feel like flyers do really well in the beginning. Possible storms. We're never gonna see Human Torch. Um, I guess even with Phoenix right here, or even Iron Man, it's all really, really good in the beginning. It looks like Macquarie's gonna be defending in the start, and that's gonna
Okay.
be something that we're gonna be looking at, right? It's like how well are you gonna be defending against the onslaught from BTS? Because there's gonna be a lot of options coming from this pick tech phase. Do we still see a lot of supports being locked away? That is gonna be the first thing after the initial human torch.
Yeah, looks like Torch is just going to be immediately chopped there. So no changes in the initial stage here, but we'll see what this second phase looks like. Again, Luna protected, so big focus around that strategist ultimate. I'd say Luna's probably one of the best strategists in the game, and it looks like a Mantis is going to be banned out, so not going to be able to rely on that Soul Resurgence there, playing into their strategist role well, but they are looking to keep Mantis for their own. So Mantis could be a bit of a difference maker for them. I can definitely see that potential there if they do lock it down, and they will. So next ban on its way through, and here we go.
Yeah, I feel like they don't really need to think about all too much. This is still pretty much the support jail that they have both put themselves in. We only get to play this, and I feel like the pick and protect phase isn't perfect just yet. And so while we do have a further ban, just like the last round, Loki and Ultron are gone as well. Cloak and Dagger going to be fully utilized. I guess it might, whatever comes out next from UTS could be the difference here. But yeah, here we go. The Loki ban highlighting that last round there was just too much of a play, too much of a mistake. It is a very top tier support that should always be previously banned. I feel like it's even worse than Torch in some matches. But in the meantime, they are going to keep that respect back into MPU. And this last one could be the protection to the Magneto, which should be coming through. I'll be very surprised if they decide to make something else. But with that being said, though, it's a very confident UTS where they say we're just going to highlight that, yes, you are able to play it confidently. They are going to choose to protect the Psylocke. I don't think it's the most important thing here. So there is going to be the mag ban where they say, well, if you don't want to play it, that's fine, because that's our final advantage. But yeah, I feel like both sides has a very strong poking champions, and they're not too fast. Where UTS says, no, we have to protect it just in case. So here comes a whole lot of potentials and punishers. It's out the gates. So let's see if MPU is able to cook.
Let's give it a go and see. They are going to be able to cook this one up to success, take it to fruition here. So we jump in into the map now, playing into that Psylocke team up once again at UTS here. We're going to give it their best and see. They are going to be finding good use from it, but okay, we got the team up coming out between Ella and Venom now, so definitely can take advantage of... Oh, I lied. Anthony switched to Phoenix. No team up, but that's okay. They don't need it. I'm very keen to see how that Phoenix and Venom will go for UTS here. Obviously, they had some issues before, but see if Macquarie is going to slip in this one. I do like their foundation for their defense. Playing into that cap again, definitely an important piece of the puzzle there. Utilizing the Storm as well as the Punisher here as well. Good potential from them. It's interesting to see how they've been basically forced to play into the Cloak and Dagger and Invisible Woman, though. Obviously, Invisible Woman, I would say, is not the top priority strategist, but definitely does have its place and can put good work in. But it's going to work. Jaisuni going to be the one putting that in already, finding a Vanguard there and looking to do more damage even still.
Oh, chicken. Trying to hold that front line. a very futile attempt, especially since the whole backline. There's not too much to be said. This first point might just be quickly captured by UTS. You can see just what they want to do. But at the same time, you know, because they put so much of emphasis into that defense, it's sort of backfired onto them. Here comes a grab, and Bob Frank is just completely out of here with my solo tree. This is pretty much the first point going to be given over to MPU. Dom Chicken is trying his best to maybe stay into it. Tsuni is going to find a ton of damage onto the backline. Cleanup is going to be insane. And rather, I'm a little bit confused at what MPU is potentially trying to do here. Like, it doesn't seem like the most confident pick where they were looking to defend.
Yeah, like it just seems like they're basically fully given that first checkpoint, haven't they? Like they're trying to play priority around the second checkpoint, but I mean, even still, they're giving huge space to UTS here. Like, this is honestly insanity how much free space UTS have been able to gather just by pushing up. Like, I'm not sure what's going on in the back line there, but I mean, they're trying to bring it back, but it's just being absolutely slaughtered here. The KOs are tremendous coming out there. They are doing a good job of trying to stick it back, you know, trying to hold on here, but UTS just aren't giving up. They are giving it their absolute best, and it's working out so magnificently. Like, I feel like maybe they need a bit more confidence in the front side of things, because, yeah, just the amount of space they're giving is just overwhelming it.
Yeah, so here comes a little bit more of a freedom charge back, trying to maybe play for it. Once again, the Mega Hurricane is going to come through. This is the butterfly reverse. They are going to find two right here. And I guess, you know, rightfully so, this could be something much better on the side of MPU. But when you look at the map, when you look at where this is, you know, the whole convoy, just having no contested for so long, has already made their way to the second checkpoint. Now comes some mirror matches, and just looking at an unfair fight, you can see how well UTS is playing onto this map. And looking to just do the cleanup, and they know that they put a little bit more crucial time, which is great. But then right after, you know, UTS, they are ready to go. If you give them just a little bit more room, right? Venom has one of the best ults just for this point specifically, and it is so unfiltered where you feel so raw.
So raw, so real, just like the real quad KO coming out here. Accelerate trying to look for some more as well. They're giving it their best. They do find a clone. They aren't able to zone anyone else out, and they are finding good potential, good damage coming out the other side of this one, but still got to give more and more to this fight if they want to stay ignited into this. And UTS have done a good job to not get staggered here, regroup, and try and give it another go. They do have Fate of Both Worlds available, but I mean, in saying that, Isometry has that invisible boundary available, which certainly could be problematic for UTS here.
So this choke point now is proved to be a little bit more better coming from the side of MPU. And you can see there is going to be a little bit of support coming through. But, oh, that is a huge TRM. They are going to find that backline. Lots of value has been given over. And right here, MPU finally finding that groove just before the second point being captured. And now Tashi back online. They are going to continuously go through. I feel like that's what we're supposed to be looking at, right? We're not supposed to be really staring at a Storm and a Punisher trying to hold on to the onslaught of UTS. The composition didn't look correct. But yeah, now looks a lot more better, although that's cool. That could have been a lot more dangerous for the side of Jisuni and Mickey. But in the meantime, we are going to be looking at a contest.
Yeah, going to be looking at a contest here. Here we go. Entong Inferno going to be coming out there, pushing their way onto the point. BC Abyss coming out as well. Invisible Boundary from Florente there. Eternal Bond from Crescent. All coming through. The dance as well. Not making the impact it wanted to, but maybe they can find more. All the meanwhile, though, Macquarie are finding exactly what they need from this. You know, eventually they get those resulting KOs through. If they get even more, that's going to be a big stagger built up for them. But alas, they aren't able to catch any more. Looking to go into the fray here. All they can do is build up maybe some of that ult percentage. And that's about all that they are going to be looking at right now. But they are trying their best to get back towards the point here. They have a lot more hard work they need to put into this one. And see if they can do just that. But Frag in a bit of trouble. Getting pushed so far. Oh, that's very unfortunate. They brought out Meteor M, mistimed there. Lose the ult. Freedom Charge going to be available for a dumb chicken there. Anthony jumping out. Here we go. Bringing out the Kraken Impact. Accelerating the back line. Find so much, and they will be dealt with. Promptly going to shut down a dumb chicken here. They are in danger, and they are discarded. Anthony still alive. Still fighting on the mission vehicle here. Portal coming out. Oh, they missed that one, but they are getting damage out the top now. Macquarie trying their best to burst onto the mission vehicle, stop them in their tracks. And Song Inferno comes out. Fate of Both Worlds going to be able to deal with that, though. Fluente does find the opposing Strange there. We're going to get even more. The defenders are falling in waves right now. Fast and swift they are dealt with. Okay, soon he gets the last. And they are able to push past now, build up a lot more time. This one keeps going on.
I don't know what just happened right there. I felt like it was a little bit of an overkill on the side of UTS. I think they wanted to guarantee it, so a lot of the times where it was unnecessary for them to do this range, onto that point, I guess they were just trying to read into the future. Meanwhile, capturing the second point is huge. I saw it. What a huge angle here. Once the double, Anthony puts the triple, and there is going to be the cleanup. Everyone's going to go down. And it is just going to be a good time on the side of MQU. Build back a little bit of confidence, a little bit of spawn camping as well. It's nice that entrance, or potentially trying to even do anything else, accelerate. And Ashi, gotta be careful here. One KO here could mean that the rest is going to be irrecoverable. And they are going to be following Chicken here, who's going to be looking to make this a little bit more harder. Onto the backline, he wants Mickey. Fizz is going to be here. They're going to have to wait this one out before they can feast it.
Here we go. Eternal Bond going to be coming out with a Meteor there. Invisible Boundary as well. Fluente in a bit of trouble. Does go down. Both strategists are out of here. Tashi finding exactly what they need. Gas is going down. It is all happening right now. 10 seconds remain here for UTS to try and put together another push into this one. And they really don't have much time to get it together. Time ticking. And that's going to be that. Goodbye and farewell. It's time for the side switch.
That last part, I felt like they just mistimed it. Yeah, I don't think it would have made too much of a difference. But it feels bad when you're the solo survivor and you know you have to go to the tap the line, but you miss it anyway. You just sigh to yourself, you know, it's like, never mind. Here we go. Do we see MQU lining themselves up for this? It could be very, very insane of an upset for MQU. I believe that they have yet to pick up their first victory. And who will be the best to pick one up? UTS, who's leading it. It's a huge one, right? If we do see MQU edge up this victory, and they are rightfully so in the greatest time, with, I guess, the classic pickup, Kashi darts with a rocket jump back into it, it's the first point. So let's see if they're going to do it again. And UTS though, I like it. Please stay with it. It would be so cool to see the Rocket team up with a Penny. It's just infinite minds coming through, and I believe they're going to do it.
Yeah, at least at the early stage here, I think they're trying to give it a crack, and I can commend them for that. You know, it definitely does have value, especially at the initial stages of maps like this. You know, they can hold those choke points, hold the corners really, really well, because it gives a bit more pressure on towards their enemies there. You know, they can't just push past all willy-nilly and gain a heap of ground here. So, very keen, curious even, to see how this one's going to go. I feel like UTS have a lot more potential to hold things down on this one, you know, but in saying that, when their vanguards are getting caught like that, my confidence starts to dwindle very, very quickly.
Remember what I said about the rocket jump up duck? That's exactly what happened. I wish we saw the full glory of it. It's just so beautiful. every time I see it, it's just, you are dead. You are not coming out. Yeah, this is just the point. Right? I mentioned it before. If you are going to let that Wolverine run wild in the beginning, anytime the front line gets abducted, it's just a complete death. And then right afterwards, well, I guess, you know, this is where you potentially still need to, the Wolverine's powered up, it's enough duration walking around. And never mind, Anthony is here! He just says, hang on a second, hang on, wait until what I can do. And he finds all the targets, all the shutdowns, and he denies the cap. I mean, okay then.
That's a drawing board, so it would appear. Great cracking impact coming out there from Anthony and co. They are able to keep the show rolling in their favor for now. Obviously, still have to hold it back for another 2.5 minutes, but they're doing a really solid job of keeping it in order so far. You know, really valiant effort. We'll see if that does get paid off once again as we jump in into the rest of this one now. Quarry building themselves up. They are looking at it like they're getting a little bit desperate to try and push here. I do have both strategist ultimates alive for certainty there, but haven't activated as yet. No Dance of the Butterfly came out from Jay Suni. Didn't do much, but speak too soon. There's the Eternal Bond. I do have the Invisible Boundary available as well. Fate of Both Worlds going to be proc here, so pretty solid. Meteor coming out, not getting anything. Cracking impacts back. Spider Sweep as well. Ooh, Invisible Boundaries out. Osionic Seduction's out. Everything is out, and so everything is online here. Accelerate pretty close to the End Song Inferno, though. Could be the difference maker. You can stay alive long enough for it, but I mean, all the meanwhile, they've lost the majority of their forces, so they are going to have to bring it back into the next fight. Instead, UTS still continue to spread their reach and hold us strong here.
Yeah, this part is a little bit of a problem. As those staggered, I guess, takedowns is going to be a little bit of an issue. I guess MQU has to really think what they want to do and accomplish here. They were very successful in the push, but Wolverine doesn't really get to shoot. So yes, you commit chicken into taking this down and then poking the backline. You're very disjointed, where the backline don't really care about what you're doing, and you do close to zero. Actually though, meanwhile, he's gonna find everything else. He's gonna find all the finish, all the front line, all the back line. He just says too easy. And that was, oh my god, that was huge. The descent caught up immediately and insert some shit kick, because that is how you go for the cap, and there is nothing Florente can do.
Yeah, nothing much that they can do whatsoever there, Amp. So they are going to be stuck on it right now. UTS doing a great job of just continually stalling this one out, though, you know, taking every second for granted, making sure that they really waste a lot of time here. And they're doing a fantastic job of it. Pretty close towards a potential OT off this one, but alas, the KOs will come out in the end. They earn themselves a little more flexibility. 2.5 minutes going to be on the board here. So let's see if they are going to be able to push past a little bit easier on this second checkpoint, or whether could have even more difficulties ahead of them.
You can see Tashi really marking that front line. And the rest of UTS, they know this. They know as soon as they overcome it, they're going to be abducted. Chicken is going to get taken out right here, which means that MPU don't really get this. I gotta be careful, yeah, gotta be careful like that. There is gonna be the save. As soon he's gonna get taken out, but that bubble, he saves Tashi. And that is also gonna put him in a really rough place. Oh, great little bit of a hook. Anthony redeems himself right here, but you can see the desperation into that play. Meanwhile, Cap is just gonna run around. Mickey also on it, looking to settle the score right here, but through the boundary. Not much is going to be accomplished, doesn't matter what you're going to be doing. And in the meantime, MTU not really afraid of a throwdown. They say anyone that decides to really freedom charge into the back or even do anything, like it's just going to get abducted and punished. But right now, main territory and main defense has been gained on the side of BTS, and they really want to shut things down.
Yeah, really want to shut things down. Really want to give it their all here. Speaking of, Feral Lead going to be coming out there. Big damage, but you know what? There could be even more big damage. Tashi Oh, here we go. Last stand coming out. Fate of both worlds, though, going to be keeping them at bay. Chokeslam coming out. Tashi's out of here. Anthony is on deck as well. Kraken Impact coming out here. All ultimates are being burst here for the Macquarie side. They do take out Milk in the end, so big to find impact from that one. But UTS are attacking back in waves. All ultimates, all online. Oh my gosh. It's just crazy how much commitment is coming into this fight. Like, Dance of the Butterfly even broke in there. And they are just giving it their best. Ashi, still alive, still kicking. Does find some big KOs towards the end of that fight, though. So they should be able to string the point back into their favor here. There we go. The cart just keeps on giving. But there's only one more fight potentially on the horizon here. And no one has an ult. Anthony is very, very close, though.
Yeah, I think he will have it unless he gets punished first. In the meantime, he is going to find a quick hook, trying to take his target out, but it's going to be denied. You can see it. I think he's going to jump straight into it, triggers the OT. Here comes Anthony! Oh my god, never mind. He just finds everything. Anthony says, we are not done. We are going to keep it rolling. Give me map number 3 because this is what I'm all about. This OT slowly running out, and yeah, that's just gonna be it.
That's going to be that. A really solid defense coming out there. So we are going to be going the distance on towards a third map, on towards some convergence there, F. So really tight gameplay. Like I said in that first map, you know, I think either side does have those capabilities of taking away maps here. And Anthony going to be getting it over the line for UTS into this one. 1-1 to tie everything up. So very keen to see who's going to be able to close out this series, take the third and final map here to determine which team will be able to find a victory here tonight. So Convergence is going to be next on the list. As I said, very curious to see what both our teams pick out of this one. You know, whether we go something like, I don't know, Midtown or Central Park or wherever we're going, Emp, I think is going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's a banger of a first match, I gotta admit. You know, you can see both sides, you know, they really have the potential to close it out. But also at the same time, you know, they're both fallible when it comes down to the team competitions. Like, yes, one, you know, we make a little bit of changes here and there to play into our counter rhythm, but then right after, you know, as soon as we get countered, let's switch, let's try to do something else. I felt like it still was a little bit of a blind faith where MQU started the defense with the Soldier Storm combo, and that, you know, it's what hurt him in the beginning. You know, yes, you don't know what they're going to be picking as defenders, but you know, the preparation was a little bit more where I think they overthought the planning, where they thought UTS might come out of the gate, could be something else, and they are going to be playing into a different set of tanks. But you know, UTS, they just stuck to the same thing, you know, and they were able to keep on playing in the beginning. That really hurt MQ's chances. That just felt bad. But then you can also tell that UTS was not fussed about it. They said, all right, no worries, we got a duck in the beginning. Cool. But then right after, they made some significant changes, and then it was just nothing else that MQU could do. So as we push into map number 3,
Central Park.
let's see. Yeah, Central Park. It's going to be good.
That's it. It's going to be good. It's going to be great, as a matter of fact. So very eager to get into this one. You know, very eager to see what is going to be on the horizon here for these two teams. Central Park, definitely one where you can light things up and really feel the ferocity coming out from all rosters on deck. So curious to see what reality is going to look like once our teams do get into this one. You know, I think it's going to be great. It's going to be good. We'll see what our pick, ban, protect phase is going to look like in this instance here. You know, I think that there's definitely good things on the cards, so to speak, and yeah, I'm eager to see what the future looks like with this one.
Yeah, man, when it comes to playing this map, I have nightmares of it. That's the first point. You know, it's just so rough to be playing. But then again, you know, a lot of people they love playing this map. They know exactly what kind of team comp they want to be running. I'm just gonna be curious because we did see UTS come out, you know, with Mickey looking into the Venom. I think the dives are quite good. If you're gonna be going for the same kind of setup, because it does create a unique situation for Suni and Anthony to be going with a, I guess, 2-prong attack or even 3-dimensional attack. You know, one from the air, one from the front, one from the back, and you really don't know where it's gonna be the focus, where it's gonna be. I'm gonna dive to the front, or it's gonna be diving to the back. Meanwhile, let's get through the P and I guess the band coming through. Where we, I swear, can we just get like a universal handshake that says no one is gonna be banning out the torch, but we're not gonna play it at all? So we can maybe see there's something out there. Like, I don't know. I feel like there should be like a world ban on torch now.
Yeah, I think there should be a global ban as well. Considering how much they are banned, maybe we just remove the first slot and torch is just removed. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But, we are seeing, honestly, I think it's going to be the same vetoes the whole way, man. It's, yeah, looking like it's just going to be pretty similar, exactly the same things coming out. Loki gone, okay. Ultron even going to be taken out of the fray there. That's definitely a big one to bring into the mix, and curious to see what else they are looking to protect here.
Yep, I think this is where things are going to go a little bit more different. Central Park, you do need to put a little bit of emphasis on your front. So having that mag coming back, it's always going to be looking good. You are able to play into it. Now, Broken Dagger being banned away, I think this is the first time where UTS has not really stressed the emphasis on a Broken Dagger. And yet, it's just been purely supportal plays coming through from supporter combat is best. We shall have the ability to flex whatever we want, and you won't be able to. And so I guess, you know, the rest of UTS, they are happy to continuously play into it. I feel like sometimes the metas is just bait for them as well. I'm not sure what that is supposed to be fully, but I guess, you know, they are going to give that respect where it's due. Both sides has really good players that can play into a lot of the personal flex picks that the other team just don't want to be dealing with. But no, we don't ban out Anthony's Bucky, so we are going to continuously see this. Yasuni also finding a lot of great picks with their solo. But yeah, like MQU, what's gonna be the play here? Will you continuously, you know, flex into where you play will, or will it be something different?
I'm impressed, kid. That's some serious.
Yeah, that's a, you know, it's big to ponder on, isn't it? Like, how do they play this one a little different? Already what I'm liking from UTS in this instance is the fact that, well, as of this moment, they're running triple strategist. Whether they keep that is another thing. Or maybe they are? Okay, maybe they're keeping the rocket. Playing in the BRB beacon. Okay. I like what's coming through here. But we'll see how things go with Ultron. I do like the fact that Ultron can play very aggressively, you know, and as a matter of fact, can have a lot of potential with dodging that Wolverine or Tashi as well. So, very curious to see how things go. But already, we're on to the Anthony show, and they're dealing big damage from afar. No KOs as yet, though.
Gotta be careful here, because okay, never mind. Tashi is gone. They did. I was gonna say he had such a graceful plays, but it was just accelerated. They are gonna find a ton of damage as they are gonna be pushing through, nailing down the support. They are gonna find Muse taking a ton of damage, but they do lose chicken at the same time. Not sure that's what they fully wanted to bargain with, but they're gonna have to deal with it. No one fully testing to see just yet. And here comes the range of Ultron. There is going to be some of trying to just run a little bit more bonus into this one, but that amplifies huge. As Anthony tries to accelerate, and I'm pretty sure they can find a lot more. This is a reset though. Is not going to be given. Yeah. It's going to be denied in the meantime, but MQU, they find the first little bit of capture, which is already doing quite well. You know, this map is infamous for not even giving you the first point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult, isn't it? And a Psionic Seduction coming out there, trying to catch someone in their tracks, but I mean, it can only delay the inevitable, can't it? And Song Inferno from Accelerate. I love how they're playing patient here. They're just waiting for. Oh no! Oh, Anthony! What? They actually get him in the end. Oh, that was a tough one. I thought maybe Anthony would catch him, but you know what? Anthony's back because of the Battle Recon beacon there, so see you later. Accelerate eventually goes down. Age of Ultron coming out, does find Tashi as well, so big impacts coming through from UTS here, really putting in the work to hold on to this first mission area.
Yeah, you know, Accelerate, he was just praising the sun. He's probably, you know, playing a different game right there, and he says, let me just channel you in I guess, you know, Souls game. But in the meantime, no judgment, wanting to find Mickey. Here comes the Meteor AM, gets denied instantly. You can see Milkius quickly put that emphasis on E to do the better by throw, but he's gonna get tagged. It was just a little bit far away from Milkius. Here comes some prime action as the second is gonna be Prime Anthony. Looking for Kraken Impact, looking to just quickly get himself boosted. At the same time, oh, it's huge coming from Anthony. The amount of damage he puts is awesome. Meanwhile, there is going to be a chicken finding Fuente. They want that first point, and they are being challenged into the final one. Here comes the portal play.
That's it, here it comes. They are going to be trying their best to get on top of this one. Ooh. Anthony jumping in to a bit of a different team up this time, playing into the Iron Fist and Luna one there. They do have Tashi tringing out the Spider-Man as well. You don't see that one every day, but you know what? It's working out because they finally got it over the line, finally able to play in through to the next point here, and very keen, very curious to see what else will come of this one. You know, whether they are going to be able to take this one step further, whether they can take it one step back, but looks like Anthony has switched it up now. Back to the Winter Soldier there, so maybe just trying to play for that last section of the point. See if they can shut it out, but ultimately it ain't gonna happen. But we are already seeing good progress from Macquarie on to the mission vehicle. You know, they've already made it halfway through towards this next checkpoint, so very keen and curious what will come of this.
Alright, so this one I feel like is favored heavily towards the actors. You can do quite a lot of things here because you're just so out in the open. And for the defenders themselves, they have to deal with so many angles, up, down, left, right. As Shistuni is going to find a kill. Here comes Anthony trying to find some more, but just immediately gets punished because he's just stepping far too in. And at the same time, Shistuni finding it. Here comes the dance, looking to finish off both the backline. It is huge as the bubble's going to be there, but Galactic Legend into the side. Looking for the finish, Kashi finds a kill. Looking at the rest, but it's going to be a challenge as well, being tagged for a round. Good trade coming in, but not fully enough to save that current play. There's still a minute and 20 left on the clock. MQU just making the most that they can get with this. I guess you will just settle for whatever you get.
That's it, man. Settle for whatever you get. See what they can get done here. And we'll see. They are going to be able to navigate through this one. Shots already coming over the top here. Tashi does find the KO on a Jaysuni, but Accelerate going to be traded out one the same. Here comes Psionic Seductions. Both teams are trying to take advantage. Oh, that's huge. Look at that. Mickey finding both strategists. Goodbye. That has nullified their fighting power tenfold. They are getting no heals at all. They are being focused down quickly.
Yeah, I guess that is the maximum value you can be hoping for with a Sonic Seduction. It's just that quickly get it. But Yasuni is gone though. That's a little bit of a bummer, as they did get a little bit overzealous into the play. We gotta be very careful with that front line. You know, it's just something they need to look after. This does give the rest of MPU. And Anthony does Fantashi, never mind. Meteor AM being thrown. Crescent is gone. Here comes the Kraken impact. Right into the boundary, right into a meter amp. They are gonna find Mickey. But this is still a really tough OT that they have to be dealing with, and TwoTapTony from the top finds key figures here. Nuke News is going to ensure that the rest of the team is going to stay alive. They're going to dance into it, and there is going to be even more kills coming from TwoTapTony. Dances in and just dashes through. You want to make your portal? Sure. But here comes a little bit more damage. Here's a kill in your face.
Nicely done. Nicely done indeed. That's going to be huge stuff, honestly, coming out from our teams there. And very interested to see how the side switch is going to play out here, honestly. I think that they did a great job on the defense. Not allowing them to even get it past that second checkpoint is just huge. Really big, honestly. Like, they're going to be in deep trouble coming into this next one. Really going to have to give it their all to try and stall them out. And henceforth, why they're trying to play into a very defensive composition here. You know, triple strategist coming out there. They got the cloak. Adam, of all things, the Mantis too. So things looking really good so far. But we'll see. We'll see how that does go for them.
MQU, yeah, you know what? I like this better. I also like this on the attacking side because you know that classic bridge that you get to play around with? Yes, no one's gonna use it on a competitive rank like this. But it's always fun to see if they are gonna look to build a bridge and just jump across the first point. But meanwhile, we're not gonna get that sort of cheese coming. But you always hope for it, right? You always hope for seeing Imans as well. You always see like a whole bunch of traps just being laid out for your opponents, and it's like, how nice of you, sir. And then you collapse bridges, you know, you blow them up in your face, and you just set up a great wall just for fun. It's always such a joy to see what a grid is around. Meanwhile, that is huge when they were looking to see a buff to punish the frontline. But in the meantime, UTS, they're gonna have that little bit of early advantage. The confidence is sky high, but it's still a lot more courses that they have to be pushing through. As Chicken is gone, but TwoTapTony is just a little bit too much and a little bit too far.
Too much too far and ready to leave a scar with the bionic hook. Ooh, not today though. Anthony just looking to get straight shots out. Cracking impact. Boom. Oh my gosh, Accelerate's gone. And Hot Frag to follow. Accelerates back though. Jumps into the cocoon. They're back on the mission area. They think, wait a minute, didn't I just KO them? Well, they get to do it again now. Especially with that again ultimate. But no, it ain't happening. They are going to be entirely overwhelmed here. And they should be able to steal this mission area really, really quickly. I mean, wow. And they have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, man, to push it almost towards that second checkpoint. That is a crazy amount of time. It's going to be a hell of a ride for Macquarie to try and stop this one.
It almost seems impossible sometimes, but in the meantime, they are going to try their best. The play so resurgence is going to on everything's just going to be thrown. Midoriam, Ishi, you know, you have a bridge, you can really stick to right out of it. In the meantime, prime targets coming through with the Sonic seduction, trying to maybe find that back. In the meantime, no one has come down just yet. Damage has been brought, while Sometry has been brought. In the meantime, there's still Scooby-Doo, a lot more coming for revival. Anthony, this is going to be huge for him. He says, you brought them back? No problem. I do need a few more ults, but he's going to get shut down now. Franklin Prison. And here comes a little bit more from Kashi. He says, whatever you can do, I can do the same. And he is holding on to another reset. But in the meantime, MQU does find just a little bit of a foothold.
Yeah, decent foothold coming out. Oh my gosh, a big hook coming out there though. That's going to stagger them out a little longer. So Macquarie earning themselves some further flexibility there, as they are going to have to wait for Anthony to hit the respawn here. So see what they can manage to navigate through this one. And Mickey and Co going to creep up to the front line, see if they can get close to Radakaska there. As they hold it back. A little while longer. Invisible boundary coming up. Meteor M. A dumb chicken looking to get that one over. Doesn't get any KOs from it, but here we go. Eternal Bond is here. Trying to strike fear into their opponents and take some of that control back onto the mission vehicle. They found gas and look to find some more.
Oh, do they get to see a little more Tashi? That's fine. Anthony, it's another miracle here. Gotta be feeling pretty good about it. He was Tashi. Happy to just quickly sit back, just waiting for the full play. And hey, look, man, they're at least able to deny for the first 2 minutes. There's still 3 more to go. FPU building up a little bit more of an ult, but they gotta be careful. UTS looking to further hope to see very, very good. I don't think they're gonna even be waiting, but here comes Gas looking for it. That backline is there. You can see just Snoonie getting it in. Wants to quickly dance through, maybe get something in. He's trying to find the Strangling Prison with front as well, but no kills. Even though they are all so close, it's just gonna be denied as Tashi gets taken down. The DPS is huge, but here comes the revival. And they are going to have to drop everything they can to keep the side of them back into it. They can tell it's desperation time.
Yeah, desperation time coming through there. We'll see if they are going to be able to push more over the top here, because that time is trickling through. Speaking of, I do find Mickey, so great start there. Milk's also down, and they're doing a grand job of zoning them out here. Big shots coming out from Gas, though. Trying their best to zone them back and see if they can dish out as much damage as possible. Kraken impact comes out. Anthony, trying to shut down that Groot. They are trickling in the damage, but they get a little bit too present, a little bit too overzealous. They are forced to fall back. Groot getting closer and closer to the Strangling Prison as well. They do not want to see that one come online, or they're in big trouble. Soul Resurgence is out for Crescent, though. So big timing on that one. Could see more as well. Strangling Prison activates immediately. Tashi coming out as well. Milk's gone down. Looking to see if they can get some more here. Jaisuni and Gas, though. They're bringing it back. Oh, just like that. They absolutely annihilate the defensive line. Finally, there's a way back in. Strange Portal is surely around the corner. Look at that. Bot frag. Looking to bring it in. They got Tashi on the Spider-Man as well, but it's too little, too late, Tony. Oh my gosh. They've done it, Emp. A big shout out to our observer, TwoTapTony there. Doing great work. Love to see it. But Emp, what a match that was, man. I'm just getting so engulfed into it, you know. I'm thinking about our observer because of how much good work they've been putting in. But my gosh, what a game.
Yeah, that was a huge game right there, coming in from both sides. UTS, it felt like that they weren't, really ready to take the dub in the end, all the way until, they found the final kills on Adam and stuff. I felt like that Warlock pick really came out of left field. Triple strategist is something that MQU was just playing around to experiment to maybe delay everything, ensuring that the front is going to be good, and really put everything else on Tashi. But right after that, it was just UTS says, okay, most of us has our ult. Let's just throw everything we have at it. Maybe we'll get a few KOs, and that's where the gap, came out for the side of UTS. They said, all right, beautiful. We got some really low health bars. Let's finish them off. As soon as they finish them off, and they found that Adam Warlock accelerate. It was very close coming in. UTS dropping that first map, and then MQU taking some convincing victories here and there. A really funky kind of an exchange on map number 2, but map number 3, an absolute closer coming in from UTS. Well-deserved victory.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there, Emp. I think a well-deserved victory coming through from them. They definitely had to work hard for it. I think that these teams really were on even footing in a lot of aspects there. Like, you saw a lot of great impacts coming through from both sides there. They were able to really put in the hard yards, just because you had one star player or like a couple of star players across the rosters there doesn't mean that they're the team. Because at the end of the day, no matter how well, one player might be doing, it is a team effort, and it really goes to show how close things got, especially in these maps here. Just really showcases, the close competitiveness of our rosters here this season, man. And it just keeps heating up. Every single week, it heats up more and more. And I am just eager to jump in to some more Marvel Rivals once we get through more endeavors here this evening. But wow, what a first game of the night, honestly. Like, considering how close that was, you would have thought that was the final game. But no, this is just the beginning, man.
Yes, indeed. You know, my body was slowly giving out, and I was like, oh man, we're already there. And then we realized, oh, wait a second, we just started. Which also speaks volume. You know, both sides has come out where you have the current one of the best teams in this current Elite Series going off against the one that didn't actually do quite well. Like, so 2 wins against 0 wins, right? And you usually would be expecting, yeah, sure, pretty much go to the 3-0 way. But no, you know, even from after map number 1, MQU was threatening UTS really, really well. And anytime they were looking for their victory, for their final lap to, you know, make it their first win and deny UTS to solidify. And you can see just how well that they have gelled together. MQU though, I guess this is something that they're going to continuously be hunting for, where they were so close week after week without, you know, getting their dub. They are going to be able to hold their heads very high, especially with their performance tonight.
That's it. Expectations going to be higher and higher as the weeks play out, Mr. Amp, and I'm sure that the weeks to come are going to be no exception. You know, I think we're going to be having a great time ahead of us, and more of those to come, Amp. More of those to come. But, you know, I think we got something else that's on its way. I think it's going to be an interview with our winner. It's Mickey!
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on board here tonight. First and foremost, a big congrats to you and your team. And yeah, just insane, honestly, coming all throughout there. And I got to say, like, that series felt a lot more competitive than I thought it was going to be. So I guess what happened between those maps there, you know, because I felt like it was going to go either way for a while there. But what do you feel like helped you guys lock it in towards the end?
I think we realized we were struggling with the ults and stuff, and especially in point 3, the triple res comp, or well, the old res comp Mantis Adam was really sort of out sustaining us. We couldn't really get any kills, and they always had ults up. And I think we were just able to do, because of the Groot pick, we were able to do so much damage to get our ults quicker than theirs. And I think that's what picked us off in the last one. The previous 2 games, I think it was just like ult timings and the way we engaged and stuff, and the way we were able to get out support ults without using ours and stuff. So
fair enough. Well, thank you for dressing for the interview as well. I can see like, you know, a fresh tie straight up with a suit. But giving me this, when it comes down to this Elite Series, you know, yourself coming in tonight with the Venom dives, did it feel like, was there sort of like a full concentration to the back line? Because a lot of times we did see UTS attacking from the top, from the front, from the back, and just felt like a very 3D type of a setting. Or was that something that it was just sort of rhythmic for all of you?
To be honest, we haven't, like, obviously it's my first time playing, and we haven't really practiced the Venom as much, and I was primarily focused on the backline. The 2 DPS, Anthony and Jason, were definitely trying to off-angle as well. And yeah, I think we tried really hard to focus on the backline, but to be honest, my dives were pretty lacking. Either I wasn't keeping track of cooldowns, or I was just going in when I shouldn't have. But yeah, I think we tried really focusing on the backline, but I think it didn't end up working, which is why I did end up switching off Venom. And I think my Venom lost us the first map as well. But yeah, I think we tried our best on the backline, but we ended up kind of whooshing around.
Yeah, no, it's great that you can identify that, and I guess use this as a constructive notion for you and your team going forward. But I guess one thing that points to mind now is I'm looking to your background there. I'm seeing some katanas in the background. Are we going to be seeing some future cosplay coming out from you? You know, of like maybe a Bruce Banner or maybe a Psylocke because of the katanas? Like, Yeah, is there any potential in that aspect?
Maybe I've had this for a while, but maybe if I ever do play again and I ever do an interview again, I'm definitely might consider it. I mean, I already got the suit, it's a bit of a comical outfit out here.
Yeah, we love it.
So I'm definitely open to it if I ever get the opportunity to play again.
That's it. Well, we appreciate the creativity there, and I'm just keen to see what's going to be next. Maybe you'll turn up like Star-Lord. Who knows?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what's going to be coming up. But no, big congrats to you and the team again. It's been a pleasure to have you on board here this evening, Mickey. You guys are killing it. I think you guys played a really solid game of Rivals tonight, and you got to give yourselves a pat on the back. So, best of luck heading into the future weeks, and we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck to everyone else.
There you go, Amp. Great to get one of our players in for an interview, as always. I love it when they get creative. They're like bringing out the suit immediately. My head pointed towards like that human form of Bruce Banner there. I was thinking, wow, that's impressive. Yeah, so great to see. But you know what else is great to see? Our next game, Amp. Let's check it out. Who we got here?
Oh, look, it's QT versus Swinburne. Let's go. I think this is going to be one of those really fun matches where we see QT, just swing right out of the gates, and then Swinburne. Let's see if they're up to the usual shenanigans. I love seeing a Swinburne game.
Yeah, I love to see it as well. I think it's going to be really great to see what they can do, but it's been great to see what they can do. QUT. Who are they going to bring out? It's Jay, QDXO, Rexy, Talisman, Omni-Man, and Juicy. Swinburne. Who do they have? It's Syed, Lunapra, Jonklafine, Nanobo, Moxicles, and Golemyo. So, solid teams coming out as always. We've seen these players before. We're going to see them again. I guess the big question right now is, are we going to see the Omni-Man diff come out once again? Are they going to be able to deliver the work for their team? They've definitely been putting in solid work, honestly, across many fronts of esports, and very interested to see how they perform tonight as well.
It'll be really funny if, one of the guys just decided to say, "Oh, you're Omni-Man, hey? Let me just quickly change my name to Batman or something." It'll be so funny. It'll be like the most crossover. But in the meantime, we are looking into a massive play into it, right? It is gonna be QT versus Swinburne. Wakanda. It's gonna be great. I feel like when you do play into domination, how can I put it? While you do have a lot of areas where you can really have the differences, this is one for the close assassins, right? I feel like when you do play a map like this, gotta see some Panthers. If we don't see some Panthers, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, and I guess that plays into the fact that Panthers are becoming a lot more present, a lot more visual, in teams' compositions lately. Like, there's just been a return to a semblance of like the dive meta, right? You're seeing a lot more Psylocks jumping into the back lines there, really giving teams a hard time. You're also seeing Black Panthers coming back into the mix there, a bit of Venom. Things are really starting to come together in that aspect, and some players just don't know how to deal with it. Like, they just get KO'd time and time again, faced off with so many casualties there. Even seen, let's say, slithers of the blade coming out. It hasn't been too visual, but we have seen it here and there. Speaking of BP, though, Black Panther is going to be banned immediately. So, Emp, I think they're listening.
Oh, man.
Yeah, check for mics under the table, Emp. I think they're listening.
Yeah, well, look, Loki ban. I guess this is an Ultron ban coming through. I can respect it. Ultron, funnily enough, is one of the better picks onto this map, just because there's just so much open areas that if you do want to commit into a sustained DPS against the Ultron, it hurts your overall team position, where it's not enough to be consistent and you need to finish targets as soon as possible. A protect onto Wolverine is nice. It means that we are going to get some melees, at least to get through this. The response is going to be to deny the team up with Phoenix. And I guess Swingbird right now is just playing how to handle the fire, right? We handle the fire by banning out the fire completely, exhaust that one through, and see where it's going to go next. QT though, I guess this is rather flexible because they, locked away 2 support, 1 Vanguard. If they do protect their own right now, it's going to be super power because Magneto is a really good pick here. Giving him lots of room to maneuver and save potentially. When you have that kind of ability, play into it, it's always rougher to be playing against it, where you have to do so much DPS. You have to bring out things like Punisher to maybe get something. But yeah, maybe that's gonna be the full plan here from Swinburne as they lock the final ones. It's gonna be a ban on Loki and a lock to Luna, and I guess yeah, that's just gonna be the Emma. Okay, quite an interesting setup.
Yeah, quite an interesting setup coming through there, and very curious to see what they are going to be picking as a result. Ooh, here we go. Iron Man, maybe. Ooh, Iron Man. As a matter of fact, Iron Man going to be coming out there. So Talisman and Nonobo are going to be bringing that one through. Blade is going to be locked down by Omni-Man. So going to be seeing what they can manage with that one. I think the 1,000-fold slash going to be definitely something to play into fruition there, play into confidence. And we'll see if they can find the potential out of that pick there. I really like the fact that teams are trying to make Blade work, because Blade, brand new character, and I don't know if we've really seen its full potential yet. I think that in these initial stages, teams might even be scared to pick it.
I mean, I get it, right? Because you have to be so confident to be playing to Blade, where the fate of the whole midline is dependent on how he executes, and he's not got the best kind of, I guess, self-ability. Yes, you're gonna be okay for a little bit, but then what goes beyond in an extended fight, he can just be a complete difference maker here. BkWhatOCE has Iron Man, which is a super pick here. Iron Man, one of the highly picked meta pick here, is always going to be really good. He was you see play, does slash in, dash out immediately, doesn't want to get to the chokehold, and knows exactly where to be playing to it. You can see the emphasis in QT, wants to get in, wants to cap, wants to just quickly make this stairs cap around. But the thing is, they have to find a little bit more. Lunafa's going to get taken out, which is, I guess, going to be pretty good, but they've got multiple low members as well. Gotta be careful. And they are going to find Droplet Thing at the same time. And this should be QT first up to the point as they wrap up the rest.
Yeah, really looking to ramp things up here, and look at that. Damage is coming out in waves right now. Huge stuff from Jay on the Ultron here. Already have Rage of Ultron available. And just really pumping up the damage for their team so far. Omni-Man are going to be playing towards the front. Do we have Magneto right in front of them to support them, of course, but they're getting a lot of damage through. Like, the Talisman is playing their role well on that Duelist, just holding back, dishing out a lot of poke damage, and eventually they are managing to lock down executions here, getting those KOs through. So, great to see. They can take advantage of these moments, and look at that, Rage of Ultron does come out. This is a great way to stall them. Invincible Pulse Cannon doesn't do anything, but you can see they're trying to dish out as many bits of utility as they can to stall them here. Oh, here we go! Oh, both strategists are gone! And just like that, they turn the fight back in their favor, and they hold on strong to control.
Okay. I think people are slowly forgetting that the air superiority coming in from Ultron and Iron Man is unbelievably good, right? They can nullify a whole time. Oh, gotta be careful here. You see, yeah, gets stuck and held back here. That's gonna be a bit of an issue, and the rest is should have no problem again. It's against 5. But in the meantime, they are gonna dump a little bit here. Rage of Ultron. It's gonna be traded again. It doesn't really get too much of a value, but Talisman and Omni-Man. There's the ult that we were looking for, the 1,000-fold slash. does find all the targets that deny Swinburne access. And I feel like now is a good time. You know, the nano spray coming in from Jay can look to nullify a ton. But that fist, oh my god, it's just huge. You see, having no problem to dangle around is here to deny Swinburne completely.
Yeah, it's going to be there for that full-scale denial, so we'll see what they can deliver into this next one, because, yeah, the potential from QUT, especially in that initial point, was just insane. Like, they locked them out of the mission area pretty much entirely there. You know, just so present. Really big potential and just space clearing coming out from them. I was just so impressed with what they were able to do, honestly. And really curious if Swinburne is going to have an answer coming into this next point here, because, yeah, they've been faced with some fair share of difficulties already in this initial zone, let's say. So, very eager to see how this next portion of Bernard T'Challa does look, Amp, as we do get into the fight.
Here we go. It's, you know, pretty much the same kind of setup for QT. Swinburne, they have acknowledged that no problem. There is going to be a Punisher. It's just going to be a consistent DPS. The last round would have been much better because you do find your area to clear. This one, not the most amount of areas that you want to be playing around with, although juicy. Dancing with Fire, they are going to find Chocolate Fee onto the reverse. Alisman holding on to his ult, does have plenty to muck around with, but see it. How annoying it is to deal with this team comp. While they are flying, you have to pay attention to the flyers. At the front doesn't really get touched, and the back line from Swinburne has to deal with the oncoming onslaught to heal, give himself up, and then try to push through. Swinburne, I feel like they don't have the answers just yet.
Yeah, they might just have a bit of interesting times ahead, but here we go. Final judgment coming out from side there. Ooh, Eternal Bond as well. Lunafra on top of it. Invincible Pulse Cannon comes out, doesn't get the hit they need. Meteor M booms through. Not going to be able to get enough damage for a KO though. Jay, however, delivers. Finds Nanobo there. Now looking to see if they can find success onto another character. Reduced healing coming out. And thanks to Omni-Man. 1000-fold a slash, but it doesn't matter. They aren't able to capitalize on that. Rage of Ultron has come through and does deliver, putting the work in onto both strategists there. Side does trade it back, but I mean, already fighting so much. Invincible Pulse Cannon doesn't find the effect they need, but the damage is coming out now. Beast of the Abyss coming in. Ooh, saying goodbye potentially to our strategists again. I feel like they might have gone a little too deep, but if they can get the KOs, I suppose it's worth it. There we go. BkWhatOCE delivers, and Juicy is just so keen. They're already in their spawn amp. They're not letting them out. They're locked in.
Yeah, that's Venom right there. You don't get to come out and do a portal. If you do, you're going to see me dance right in front of it. In the meantime, there is going to be a Captain America running in and out, but like this point is just pretty much gone. No one is tapping it. And it's a bit of an issue here as the ults are going to be dumped straight in. AGON gets nothing. And QUT completely locking it down. Uncontested. Not really anything that you can be dealing with. Here comes the random pulse cannon just to celebrate their victory. Oh, QUT is here to play.
That's it. Here to play, here to stay, and they will be able to get away with it this time. So solid stuff coming out from QUT on map 1 here. You know, they just completely wiped the board, honestly. Like, there was no presence coming out from Swinburne in that one. And, yeah, I'm super impressed with how they zoned them out of that one. Super duper convincingly there, but obviously that's just the first map, you know, on to the convoy we will be heading. So curious to see what that next map is going to look like after a quite dominant domination map.
I also feel like, you know, once you gave that air superiority out, there was just the game was just pretty much done. You know, there's no one touching them. The round where you should have mattered and you should have switched was just completely locked out. It's so much unfavorable place into that last one. It was a little bit crazy. Imagine if you're the backline dealing with a Venom dive with Iron Man and Ultron shooting at you, and you're like, guys, I need to heal and do a few things about that top. No one can do it. And then they walk out and they have to still deal with a blade that's just been hiding. I feel like that was just something that they need to take into consideration. On to the next one. Swinburne has a lot to answer for, but you know, curiously enough, if they don't ban the usual and they decide Yexar to, you know, obviously let Jay run free again, you're gonna be staring at flyers once again.
That's it. Gonna be staring them down the barrel there, staring them in the face, and keen to see how the space will get cleared. As looks like our map's been locked in. It's Idrisil Path going to be the map in question here. Coming to you live from his guard. So Idrisil Path. Let's see which path they're going to take in order to bound their way to success. We've seen the blessed or cursed timeline on this map before, and we are going to be coming back all over again. So very eager to see how both teams can navigate this one. You know, whether we do see QUT find such dominant presence into the map again. You know, that first map on domination looked honestly terrifying for the side of Swinburne there. So very curious to see if they can manage to bring things back into this next one, you know, because we know, Imp, we know that Swinburne do have the capabilities of greatness. I mean, that's why they've taken a win away this season so far, right? Because they are capable of victory. You know, they definitely do have that kind of power and potential in them. So curious to see if they are going to be able to tap into some of that once we do get into this second map here.
Yep, and just to confirm for QT, we do have a sub coming in. QTXO is out, and Donners is in. I believe we did see Donners play last week.
Yeah, 100%.
And so, let's see what's going to happen. Maybe this is the one that they are going to be looking to quickly encapsulate everything that they have built up as a team. I don't think the rest of QT really have too much to be worried about. They were very confident to that first map. Everything was super relaxed. You felt like they just owned that lobby straight up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you know, if you're here like myself, hoping that Swinburne is here to, like, you know, pick up some extra points, some juicy stuff all around the place, might just be staring into it very soon, because we do need to pick it up to make it even more competitive. But that's just me talking. Unbiased opinion. I feel like both teams are already playing well, but my heart just goes to Swinburne just for that little bit of extra. You know, this is history. This is, you know, the legacy. All teams deserve equal chances, but wow, we want to see more fun stuff.
That's it. You want to see more fun stuff. You want to see more greatness, honestly, delivered through there. So, super duper keen to see what they are going to be able to kick off with here, what they are going to be able to deliver, Imp. You know, I'm very excited for this ban protect phase. I think it's going to be good. It's going to be great even. So, without further ado, my friend, without further ado, coming to me, coming to you, soon we will be getting in to this here map. You know, I can sense it with the ways of the Emperor ZK. We're into it. Here we go. So, their protect phase, are they going to be looking to keep track of that blade again? Because like I was saying before, it's not common, but I mean, they owned it last map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, look, it's still going to be that BP ban in the beginning. Swinburne does realize, you know, BP is still sitting in a great place. If you are going to be running into one in the competitive matches, your backline is either going to be really good at just, you know, placing themselves as the full heal, or it's going to be the worst time, right? Now we have a low-key ban, but a torch being locked in and loaded for QT. This is where things could be dangerous for the side of Swinburne, right? This could just be a complete roasting, because they still don't want that BP to go through. And yeah, Magneto onto the follow, and they do go and choose. Yeah, oh, okay. Yes, do it. Ultron for Ultron. If you can't beat them, join them. That's exactly how I like it.
No, we'll see. We'll see what's happening. Torch is still going to be online though, surprisingly. So no one's put any torch bans in, which is it's kind of mind blowing. I'm not going to lie, but we'll see what happens. It's like priority being assigned to Wolverine and Emma. Okay, so could see a full torch game if we're not too careful, Emp.
I don't think you're gonna be as worried. I guess with both sides having a torch potentially, because we've gone beyond the point of what should be. And if you look at just solely the bans from Swinburne, it's 2 DPS and and a tank. Right on the other side of QT is the support with DPS. Like, I feel like it's a little bit of a jaded side coming in from both QET and Swinburne, where it's not the most solid kind of pick and protect, where there's so many wild picks that can be played into. And look, a Luna being banned away. They just said, no, we don't want any extensions. Guys, you can still play whatever you want in terms of it. So this could be lots of heavy action. It's going to be high impact into the air. And you can see Swinburne. They go, you want some air action? I'm going to give you 3.
And we'll see what they are going to be able to mix up out of this one. You know, they're playing into that Iron Man team up here. And they're looking to gear up for maybe a little more. I like the fact that they've got the Mantis and Loki as well. You know, playing into the strategist team up into this one for the QUT side there. But for the QUT side, Omni-Man has switched up. He's not playing Blade this time, has left it to the Talisman, and they are bringing the fire, bringing the torch. Both sides having access to the torch. I'm kind of eager to see whose flame is going to be warmer or hotter in this one. You know, whose supernova will be able to take them to greater heights as we get things all tied up. It's time to open the gates, time to open the doors, and let's get ready to play!
Okay, we have seen Anobo play really well with the Iron Man through last week. Some really key picks here and there. Oh, the Swinburne. Looking to get for that cannon, but look at Juicy. Pushed up so far, and just there's no worries. However you want to play it, I'm going to show you. I'm not afraid. And meanwhile, the support's doing a fantastic job on the side of QT, making sure no one's really going down Rexy though. But it's some nice DPS, and they have to upside really early. That's rather a big loss because that tank is so crucial to the rest of his team, because all the flyers now are going to be pushed around by donors. And okay, I guess they're just going to have to all back up and watch that point being gained as Moxicles also gets taken apart. This is confidence. Coming up from QT, they are just giving the energy out. They're saying, we know exactly how to be playing against. Things are going to be staggered. They are going to find Chocolate Thing on the cap as well. But unfortunately for him, there is going to be the punishment.
That's it, going to be the punishment with no punisher. So, Rage of Ultron are going to be coming through there. Eternal Bond as well, doubling down on the strategist ultimates is interesting from Swinburne. I don't know if maybe it's a survivability thing or a miscommunication there, but that could really come back to bite them, because now QUT are doubling down on their own. No, Invincible Pulse Cannon does come through. So Nanobo are going to be gone and out, but QUT have now found all the KOs they need. So it's really great stuff coming through from them there. And Swinburne just run out of options to deal with them. Like, Rexy is just really tying things up into this one, and it's kind of insane. So I feel like, yeah, just overuse of the strategist ultimates from Swinburne there, perhaps coming back to bite them.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where Swinburne thought it was a do or die situation, but because they were so destroyed into it, right now you can see that while some is gonna have ult, some is gonna have none, but they all have to focus on moving up the room. Supernova coming in. What do we get from Omni-Man? He is gonna pay out the support, but even through that, there's gonna be those DPS. From the thing, Lunafra is gone. And you can only dance for so long with that fatal blast throws, although Talisman was just looking to shut him down out of spawn. A cute little bit of move does end up punishing him in the long run, but you know, in the whole scheme of things, it's still such a tough one. That Meteor AM to buy some more room, but to also do himself into the side with the portals everywhere from Swinburne. They just doing whatever they want in order to try to buy themselves that point, to buy themselves a delay. But the result, it's a disaster.
Absolute disaster there, and eager to see how they can blast their way through this one. It's definitely been challenging time, challenging moments, but we'll see what they can cook up out of this one. We do have the Eye of Agamotto available for Swinburne, so I think that's going to be great into the defensive side of things. Eternal Bond as well, good for them, and the Invincible Pulse Cannon. But I mean, QUT, there it is. Rage of Ultron coming out, 1000-fold slash right around the corner from the Talisman there. Would be really big to nullify some of that healing capability. But I feel like maybe they're saving that for when something like that Eternal Bond comes out. So then they can, yep, here it goes. 1000-fold slash coming out. Agamotto trying to deal with it. Don't get much value, you'd think, but see what they can deliver. The ult isn't baiting out anything. Ooh, Pulse Cannon comes out. No KO through. Still looking to fight onto this one. Swinburne now have a bit of an advantage, though. There we go. Ooh. Doubling down into the Strategist ultimates again. Like Eternal Bond and Fate of Both Worlds activated in unison. Straight into the Rage of Ultron. They're activating everything. But now the problem is, Amp, they've got no more Strategist ults to deal with the next push. Like, there's so much time still available. So it just feels like, again, they're throwing away those Strategist ultimates.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to be dealing with the next Supernova, especially with Rexy just loading it as well. And here we go. This is the Soul Resurgence, and they are looking to lock them all down. Golem, Yo, Chop the Thing, instantly dead. Meteor AM gets 0 value. Moxie calls, oh my god, it's the absolute disaster and a half. You can see it, Nonobo is just going to be stuck in here with a Human Torch. And you got a feel for them. Swinburne really did try to see, you know, whatever they can do to salvage, but the usage of the support has really hurt their play. The defense crumbles right after one little bit of a defense.
That's it. All going to be locked and loaded here. So, really curious to see what the change up is going to be coming into this next portion, to be honest. You know, I think that Swinburne have a lot to consider there. It's a shame, you know, they are falling into those little moments where they're kind of not timing their Strategist ultimates wisely, I'd say. But maybe, you know, this next point could be the change up that they need coming out of this one. Uh-oh. I'm seeing an issue, though. Juicy is bringing out the Jeff. It's the BK special. Coming to you live here. QUT, I'm bringing out the Jeff. Juicy, surely it's Jeff time.
You've come so far.
Yeah, if they switch off, I'm not going to be happy with QUT. But more importantly, they also have the Widow. Just wanted to bring that one out. QUT, feeling their stride. They already know that they are in a great position where they just have to do a little bit of denial here and there. And that pretty much should be it. So, one important thing is, you don't want to see the Widow pop up, because once it does pop up, it creates all sorts of problems for you. In the meantime, Rexy does get picked up here. I'm not sure how much value that they can get, or even defend this top place. Talisman has a nice shotgun kill. But yeah, the back is just unprotected. There's not going to be too much. There's going to be no kills. And Swinburne uses a little bit of peace and quiet to immediately pick up the first point, even if Lenovo is dropped.
Really solid coming out on the defensive side there. Donners and Co managed to annihilate the front of this one, send them packing onto the retreat. They do have the Widow as well. Really impressed with the shots coming out of Jay here. You know, they're dealing with the playing characters, you know, I'd say very, very effectively there. Like, they got Moxicles and Nanobo to deal with. They are managing to lock down some of those shots. So, really impressed with the fact that they are going to be keeping this one locked down and keeping it on track. But still going to be plenty more time for Swinburne to try and make a shove out of this one. So, need to see how they can make that come to fruition here. They're creeping around the corner with Juicy. It's Jeff time. Who are they going to get? Somebody? Well, here we go. They got a big gulp there. Luna's going bye-bye. Oh, Juicy doesn't even care about throwing him off the edge. They throw him to their team. But Golemio stays alive. I mean, it doesn't matter. Taking them away from the team fight does enable them to get KO'd later. So there you go. Really solid coming through from them.
Alright. This is starting to show a little bit of a gap here in the team, and also just how much QT plays. Definitely looking to shut them out into the first point. While they were looking to maybe put the advantage, I feel like Swinburne right now might be better to be feeling a little bit different, but have to deal with the Supernova first. They're trying to finish him off. The heal, not that good. Rexy is gone. And there it is. They find a little bit of a play. They are still gonna find a full kill back into the Nobo. And a little bit more. Omni-Man is crazy here. Eternal Bomb saved the fun a little bit from the front, but yeah, I don't know. This is still tons of pressure that they have to shut out. And QT, they are back. Here's the seduction. But Jay finds a quick kill. There is gonna be. Here's a Jeff. Come up. Oh, never mind.
Oh my gosh! They do get the fix to the end there, though. The strategists are taking a lot of punishment. My gosh. Huge stuff coming through there, but wow, poor Juicy. You know, they tried to make it happen with the Jeff. They are now forced onto the Loki. So, got a Mischief. We're going to be activated here. We'll see what they can make of it, let's say. There's still plenty more work to be done.
Yeah, it feels like no one's switching with the side of QT. They are still happy with this. And they say as long as there's flyers, we're going to be sniping. In the meantime, looking at some terrific catch-up, we might just be seeing Swinburne like maybe edge out something new. But in the meantime, it needs to feel a little bit more convincing than this, right? You do have very good DPS, you have very good solo plays, but then it's a very destroyed front where the rest is being left to be, you know, themselves. But yeah, DPS needs to pick up the personal stack.
Ooh, and here we go. Already KO's coming through in droves right now. Donners is picking up all of that power. Look at that. They just lock it down. Penta KO for Donners there. Huge stuff from our Vanguard player. They are going to be driving their way ahead for even more presence. But let's see what they can do now. As QUT are back in control on defense here. Moxicles is in deep trouble. They need to get away and quick smart, but they will manage, at least for the moment.
Yeah, I think this whole area, it's a bit of an issue because the kitchen sink is being thrown, and right after, it's gonna be the reverse. Omni-Man here, Supernova is on deck. They're just looking for the perfect one. Connor's picking up the first one with a seduction. Here it comes. Yeah, that's what I thought. You let him out, he's gonna ult on top of your support, and the support gets 0 value. Played on both roles, completely annihilated. And I don't know what to say about it, right? Yes, this is what things are supposed to be, but is that how we want to be playing it, right? The torch, in order to just completely punish all supports and then dancing around in the air uncontested? Like, is that what we're just staring into as the final 40 seconds is being run up for the side of Swinburne? They have to immediately catch with a portal! Alright, I mean, we can take a pulse cannon portal.
Yeah, it looks like it's working out a little bit. You know, they're getting some picks through there. Juicy goes down. Omni-Man's still locked in. But, see what else they can find. Jay's gone Spider-Man. Playing into the team up there with Human Torch. So Flaming Web's coming out. Okay. I like your thinking, Jay. Curious to see if it's going to work out. Ooh. Got a mischief. Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. And there it is. They get the spectacular spin in. An aggressive duelist ultimate to clean house here. Side last player standing, but just like that, and they get the job done. Look at that, my man. It's over and out.
Yep, that is huge. Really huge play. Didn't think they had it in them, but there it is.
There it is. Omni-Man going to be on the MVP out of that one. Expected. Honestly, expected. Huge interview on its way as well from this one. A huge presence going to be coming through from Omni-Man and honestly both our teams, you know. I think it's been real good coming through into this one. Really, really solid. But yeah, I'm Emp. Oh my gosh. You know what? Omni-Man didn't go down once. Wow. I can't believe it. 0 casualties for Omni-Man. Holy moly. Like I was talking about the Omni-Man diff earlier, and we have seen it showcased in full force here, folks. Incredible stuff coming through from Omni-Man and co there. Just, wow. Crazy work, Emp. Crazy work. But they will get it in the end there, and that's going to be Human Torch power coming to you live. That's it. But let's see how things are looking heading into the deeper regions of this evening after we get back from a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. It's Metzi and Empress ZK coming to you live with all the action here. But speaking of the action, it's time to get to action. It's time to talk to one of our winners, QDXO. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, nothing much, man. How you guys doing tonight?
Fantastic. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Honestly, you know, we've seen great potential from you and your squad, and I got to say, what are the thoughts behind the Blade pick? Because I feel like you guys are one of the only ones that have brought it out. So what's the what's the thought process there?
The Blade pick off of it was with the anti-heal, the debuff. Yeah, that was the mental going in, and then the torch ult comes in really clutch. It kills through lots of support ults and stuff like that. And yeah, we're using that a lot in the second map there. But yeah.
No, fair enough. You guys did really well. Right out of the gates, I feel like between here's a quick question for you.
Yeah.
So between Jay and Rexy, who's got the better Ultron?
Well, honestly, I want to say me. They're both fucking terrible. they're both terrible. But yeah. Nah, I'm just kidding. Obviously, I'll give it to Jay. Jay's pretty good. He's old contenders player from Overwatch. A little bit of Jay Glazers in chat, but yeah, he still got it. Yeah.
No, we love to see it. Love to see the good vibes from you and your roster. I think to Juicy in particular, putting in the good work there. But I guess heading into future weeks, like you guys are looking pretty solid, pretty confident. Especially tonight. Like it felt like you guys didn't even let them out the gates. In some instances there. So do you feel like that confidence is going to be, I guess, consistent heading into these future weeks? Because I know that some of the rosters definitely are more difficult than others.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping as well. Like, get to try out this our full squad against like more teams that are doing well in the tournament. Swims, did their best, but sometimes that's not enough. No flame or anything like that. But yeah, we want to get against some good unis. We see what we can do as a team as well. But yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's good to see that you guys are, living for the competitiveness. I think this league's definitely doing a great job of bringing that out from some of the best, unis and players in our region. So it's great to see you guys are doing really well. And yeah, really excited to see what you guys can do for the rest of the season. And yeah, branching into that, congrats to you and your team once again.
Yeah.
Really appreciate you joining us
very
tonight,
much.
QDXO.
Yeah,
you guys did a great
Thank
job.
you for having me.
Yeah, we'll see you again next time, I suppose.
Yeah, soon.
That's it. Keep it up, all right? Very good. All right, cool. Great to get the interview in once again, Emp. Always great to get new faces, new perspectives from each of our rosters there. And yeah, it seems like they've got a good head on their shoulders, a good approach towards the game. And yeah, very excited to see how they go heading into the future weeks. But, I'm also excited about a couple more things. One of which is AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But I'm also excited about Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie meat goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. But big shout out to our sponsors and a big shout out to our teams. There's another set of teams coming in right now. It's UNSW and Deacon. Oh yeah, we got more games, Zeb, and I'm super duper excited to see who's going to be a part of them. And let's take a look at our rosters.
Yeah, representing UNSW, you have Frost, Runk, Lick, Wayne, the One, Nova, and Rez. On the side of Deacon, you have JJ, Chaz04, Bumper Squid, Chatamus, Picadoos, and Hero. Now, one of the most important thing here is that UNSW, obviously one of the most top tier teams into this Elite Series. We have seen them do very well in the previous season. And of course, coming in, Deacon going in, it's actually quite interesting, right? We're going to start off with Yggdrasil here as well. I feel like Deacon, it's Hellfire Krakoa, sorry. But in the meantime, there is going to be, there it is. There's the Krakoa right here. But yes, in the meantime, I do have to say, Deacon, I feel like they are also one of the teams that has yet to pick up a win, but it's always been so close. Deaking is not by any means weak. They are very good, very competitive, and just barely 2 weeks in a row not able to pick up their first dub. So maybe tonight's going to be the different maker, especially against UNSW. We shall have to see because it's so highly contested.
That's it. So highly contested. So very keen to see what is going to be going down into this one, Ep, as we jump in to those bans. And immediate ban on to Torch, but Luna being banned first up from UNSW there. That's an interesting one, honestly. I guess it showcases some confidence. And I mean, look at that. Like, they haven't locked in the Torch, so it does allow Cloak to be protected for Deacon there, but also now gives UNSW that Luna themselves. So they're already playing big mind games with these strategists and that single duelist there.
Yeah, I think where he could have been a lot more horrible of a fact for Deaking, and I think to everyone else here, especially with the last match having the humans with 3 as a bird, you always want to quickly lock it down, even if it's in disbelief. But in the meantime, Wolverine being banned away with Loki Mantis, I feel like this is what Deaking is trying to solve, right? It's like, all right, well, you know, you get one support, but you don't get the full ultimate team up, and then we don't also want to be dealing with a team up with a brute. And so they are flexing into the front and back, and protecting the 2 supports for their side. I don't know if I fully agree with everything that they do want to be picking into here, because I don't really see Invisible being one of the most top priority into the pick and ban phase right now. In the current meta, yes, it's a good one. It is solid, but it still feels like it's a little bit of an off-meta pick. When you do have it, great. When you don't have it, it's not going to be something where people are going to be running into, you know, the biggest problem with. In the meantime, UNSW, you know, we do have a Psylocke. It's going to be a very good competition over, obviously, one to do really well. And yeah, potentially, this is a map where you can run plenty of assassins and just do whatever you want.
Yeah, definitely curious to see, I guess, how deep this flexibility is going to go. I like the fact that UNSW are kind of experimental with this, in the sense they're not bringing out, you know, your traditional tank lineup immediately. They're bringing out like a Hulk Strange this time around. You know, they're not playing into things like that Emma and Magneto that you commonly see time and time again. So it's great to see that they are kind of playing a bit more flexibly in this one. But we'll see how things go. I'm curious if one of those duelists might end up switching out eventually into something like the Namor, for example, considering, you know, they can play into the extra Gamma Squid there with the team up with Hulk if they need it. But I guess on a map like this one, maybe not so much, considering the mobile duelists they have with the Psylocke and the Iron Fist here already. Deacon can be faced with a portal there, so the fight has begun most certainly, and Lick is going to be the opener. Strategist power, and Yorain the One going to be chiming in as well. So big presence there. Chatamus does find the KO back, but will be oppressed by Rez there. So big presence is established by UNSW, and they get on the board.
Well, that was a little bit of an issue. If you want to make a statement into the opener, UNSW definitely is one of the teams that like to do that. And I guess in this immediate second, Deaking probably caught off guard a little bit to see a strange portal right in the face, but then see double backline assassins to deal with this. It's a lot of problems. It does speak volume of what you can potentially be facing into. But meanwhile, they do punish Frost for overstepping just a tiny little bit and ensure that he doesn't really make it back. Here's Dance of the Butterfly. That's fine. Kira and JJ Nova. Oh my god. That's the quad coming in with Yuwen the one and Rez finishing off the other 2. That wasn't what you wanted to see when you go 6-5 coming from Deacon. I'm pretty sure they were a little bit disappointed and chafed at that prospect. But in the meantime, they still have to deal with it. You know, it's 50% already been captured by UNSW. Have to somehow make it to the side and maybe capture something. Here comes up Water from the back, and once again, that backline DPS is just completely stranglethorned. And yeah, look, they're not making out. There is nothing to be had.
Yeah, nothing to be said, nothing to be had here. So, all is well for now. But we'll see if it stays that way for the entirety of the duration here. So we are going to be sticking it out in the initial stage. Nuba, we're going to be holding back here. As to the butterfly, still running its course. Living Chi coming out from your wing the one. To see if they can take control, crack an impact. Chatamus does find the KO onto Frost there, looking for another one. You ain't the one, it does disappear. Luckily, isn't going to be taken anymore, but they are going to be chased down. So, Dance to the Butterfly, one out from Nuba here. Going to do more. Chatamus still mopping it up. Going again, and they will be able to get there just to when it counts.
Oh, I guess better late than never, right? Deaking finally made it to the side. Now they just have to hold it for the next 90% more and make it even more competitive. In the meantime, UNSW definitely in a place to be running amok still. And you went the one switching off the Iron Fist. Here comes the Panther. Like I always say, if you can't deal with the initial phase and they are already on the Iron Fist, this Black Panther is going to make your life so much more harder. But in the meantime, Dicky should be able to do this without the react. When the one is gone, but JJ finds a kill and a half. Will be forced to quickly finish it, but oh my god. That critical just completely freezes them. And there it is. There is going to be the bomb coming out as well. They want to extend this, but UNSW, they don't care what you're throwing. They don't care if they're losing members. That is a huge Eye of Agamotto. The front line completely frozen into place. Here comes the cap. Deaking, one opportunity to quickly make it on. I think that's the idea, where they are trying to make it onto the side. But in the meantime, it's not going to be given.
No, it's not going to be given in any way, shape, or form there. So, UNSW are going to be able to lock that one down with the utmost confidence. Really solid stuff coming out there, and very eager to see what else is going to be coming out of this one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do you know what I see? Oh. I see nothing. Oh, no. I see Spidey, but you know what else I see, Emp? A team. Deacon, in particular, is playing into that team up I talked about earlier. So JJ going to be jumping onto the Namor here, bringing it out with the Hulk. So that means they get one more Gamma Squid. One less. Oh yeah, they've got one superpower. No, one more Gamma Squid coming out there, so they can really do a lot of work with those squids on the Namor. And I think with such a mobile comp, it helps having as much utility as you can here. So I am hopeful that they can find the effects of this one, considering they're only running the single Vanguard now for UNSW. And I mean, with those Gamma Squids, I think that there is a lot of potential for them to just trickle down that damage in a big way.
Well, they're going to have to find some nice... Okay, never mind.
There it is.
It instantly throws it out. It just finds you when the one. Probably a little bit surprised that this off-meta pick has come out. Wilder was doing okay. Nova's at the back, dancing all to them, making sure that they don't make it out. Oh, it's just rough coming in. Yes, it is the ultimate counter to your assassins, but also in a matter like this, you get no value after the initial kill. Feels kind of bad for them all. And I feel like with this whole toolkit, it's so hard to make it work, where if you continuously chase him down, you wait for the bubble, he comes down, there's no more to be played. Adamus at least finds the cleanup, but completely frozen into oblivion and denied into the ult. Yeah, UNSW running to this whole game again. it's just going to be looking to be dancing to this. That Eye of Agamotto once again, and they are going to find a few of you can see it. Digging, having that struggle where it's like, yes, there's consistent DPS, but we are getting no kills.
Yeah, no KOs coming out there at all, but I am liking some of the change-ups that are coming through here. You know, I think Star-Lord is good to try and bring to the mix here. See the Squirrel Girl coming out, so the Unstoppable Squirrel Stampede could be activated pretty soon from Nuva there, honestly. Like, it is online now. Definitely would be something on its way, but they are just sticking it out. Uh-oh, here we go. Hulk Smash, there it is. Unstoppable Squirrel Stampede. Internal Bond coming out from Rock LeBonting there. Same could be said of Hero. Trying their best to use their strategist powers to their potential. Corner Proteus comes out. JJ, hello! Galactic Legends coming out as well. This is the comeback you want. Not just the Eye of Agamotto, and JJ Squid finds the KO in the end. Chatamus and JJ get it done. And that is exactly what Deacon needed. But UNSW, they're already making changes. They got Venom coming out, and it's Mr. Fantastic.
Well, I guess once you cycle through the counters, you will just keep on cycling until you make one stick, right? I think Mr. Fantastic is rather a really fun pick here. Will be a little bit different as Frost looking to maybe drag someone down, looking for the tanks. Oh my god, he's gonna drag it, but Frost is dead first. So, in the meantime, you know, Dickie's getting a few more cap here. Rez is gone. I don't think they are gonna find too much more to do with this as of now. Even if you get the spectacular skin onto the back, they are gonna find a little bit more value. But the picks right here is still not really favoring UNSW yet.
Yeah, still not going to be able to find a favor as yet. Yuang the one holding back here. The attack of the Vanguards are trying their best to keep this one abreast, keep this one in a surefire order, but Deacon just unstoppable right now. Nuva though does have Brainiac bounce available. Hero has activated the Eternal Bond though. Runk now delaying their own activation. This is really good because UNSW can get ahead of this fight there with that. But Feast of the Abyss comes out, not able to do much with it. And they still have Feast of the Abyss. Here we go, Brainiac bounce! It's time! They're bouncing their way through! Galactic Legend, immediate shutdown! Chatamus, oh no! They're blocking the Venom out of the portal! They're keeping them imprisoned in limbo! Oh no! But they will find control. JJ gets Link! Auto Proteus, okay! Getting some picks through as well. UNSW still in control of it. I thought maybe Deacon could bring it back. No, not a staggered KO. There's no way. Ooh, that was dangerous, Amp. I was getting a bit worried for a sec there.
Yeah, should really be a little bit more worried here. Deacon, a little bit of concern. They have spotted the Spidey here, looking for the OT. It's already done. The Eye of Agamotto also the start, but Bumper Squid is gone. The Venom coming from You Win the One definitely has been putting a little bit of a lilac play into here. Looking at to cut off the support here. Maybe there's going to be that play, but Pikachu is gone. You can see it. This big Nova. Specialize into it. Oh, that just feels bad. Rez containing this with Namor. Not really being able to join. And all that hard work completely done. Has to quickly get into his shield as well. The defense is there. Eternal Bond as well. Nova says, you're going to come out of the bubble sometime, and I am going to be smacking you. The final little bit of opening incident by D-King. They have made it back into the side. Maybe there is just something that they can be dealing with. Recap here. But desperation is definitely high.
That's it. At an all-time high there. Everyone is fighting for it, giving it their absolute best. You hang the one, just chilling. Just having a good time on the point there, but now still going to be giving it there. All Piece of the Abyss comes out. Bumper Squid is in trouble. Goes down. Eternal Bond coming out from Hero here. Trying their best to keep their team alive in this one. Auto Proteus is available. Ooh, webs come out though. Radiac bounce from an Uber. trying their best to get them down. There could be an opportunity, an opening perhaps here. Look at that. The damage is coming through. They do find the KO in the end. Pikachu's down, Hero down. Looking for more as well. Moto going to be coming out over the top. They are trying to shut down the Venom. Surely somebody has to go down in the end. These staggered KOs are just keeping it up, but eventually UNSW will be able to bring it down, and that is going to be Krakoa going successfully in their favor.
I did say it was going to be a pretty cool one, but I'm very surprised that Deacon decided to go for it. A rather close one, right? Where they were sticking with things that they really wanted to counter, but UNSW says, well, as soon as you do all this, I'm just going to give you the thumbs up. Here comes my flex pick. What are you going to do about it? I feel like, the heroes pool definitely very deep on the side of UNSW, where they're happy to switch off, where they're happy to switch off from the Psylocke, where they are happy not to play around with the Black Panther, especially as soon as they saw the Gamma Squid, they were like, you know what? No worries, man. Let's go into Venom, let's go into Spidey, let's play into Mr. Fantastic. And it was just unanswered picks, unanswered switches, where Deacon thought that they might have had something to do with it, but was just punished over and over and over.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that, when they had difficulties, they did manage to find answers in the end there, and I was really impressed with how successful, those answers were for them. Like, I was impressed with the fact that they thought to bring out the Mr. Fantastic in the initial stage, and then they just owned it. Like, Nuva managed to get that MVP based on a stellar performance. Like, the Brainiac bounces definitely made a big impact for them. They managed to get a plethora of KOs and support for their team with that one. So, really impressed with how they managed to, keep themselves composed, and they managed to carve the path and take that map successfully. I was very worried, that they might be facing their fair share of difficulties. We could see some issues coming through there, but no, that first map did end up being a success. Well, the second to play out the same way, though, that is really going to be tested, isn't it? And looks like we are going to Spider Island, Zemp. We're going to Tokyo 2099. Definitely excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I actually like this map more than anything. When it comes down to it, we've been having a lot of different place combo maps, but this one definitely it's one of the better ones because it's so defining. As soon as you come out of the gate, it's like what you're going to be expecting from whatever angles, and then after it's all about how the ability of your whole team is able to protect yourself and also keep on pushing. Lots of good primary and I guess narrow path, so a lot of straight consistent DPS is going to come out. But I wouldn't be too surprised if there's going to be some flyers just to maybe play around. I'm just not sure. Right now, if you're DKing after the first map, you're kind of stunned. In that protecting and BAM phase, who are you gonna lock out? Watch definitely. But then what comes next? Do we still ban out the support, or do we start banning out all these key DPS that's been causing us pain?
No, it looks like there's big focus over the Lunar Snow ban there. But Deacon go in another direction. They don't want to deal with the Psylocke, and can't blame them, honestly. Really can't blame them. And you know what? Considering they had the flexibility of the ban and the protect there, it makes sense, They look to get Lunar Snow online. Wow. Thing actually can be banned out by UNSW. So I guess they're maybe trying to play into more of a Vanguard heavy shield type composition, you think? I mean, considering Rez was playing into the Strange, it does make a lot of sense, as Thing is something big that can break down those shields super well and super easily, honestly, on the Vanguard side of things there. But Namor being banned out also makes a lot of sense, because JJ actually put in a lot of work with that pick there. So great to see that one taken offline, but taken online is the Blade Protect there. So maybe playing into some of that healing minimization potential. BP going to be hovered as well. Curious to see if they take that one out, or whether take out something else like the Psylocke, like the Wolverine. There we go. Psylocke, goodbye. One more protect and one more ban to go. Spider-Man. Ooh, okay.
That's actually really spicy. You don't see a Spider-Man being protected here.
The right hero
But I guess, hey, you know, this is just one of those nights where look at UNSW. Look at the pick and bands coming in. On one side you got the torch thing in the mall and Psylocke. On the other side is Torch, Psylocke, Panther, and I guess the Hulk. I know what's going on, but I don't want to say it. Everyone else probably have it on the back of their mind. We're gonna be just, you know, playing an actual game, just, you know, where everyone's just having fun. That's what we're doing. Oh my god, let me see that skin once again. Cannabis, what is that?
My gosh.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
That's a Chad skin, or Chad costume if I ever seen it, Emp. So very eager to see what they can do with the blade here. You know, we've already seen a bit of its potential coming out in our last series tonight. So I'm very keen, very excited to see what this looks like jumping into our next one, as well as get our preparations laid down here. We're going to see all the great potential, you know, all the great work coming through there. Very eager to see what that looks like. But Rez is playing the Hawkeye. Let's go! We love to see Hawkeye bringing out the damage. Yes, Rez. You don't see this one every day, but I love the confidence. That's the best character right there. But it's almost been, well, it's already been shut down. So maybe it's not the best after all, Em.
What's happening? Are we playing season 0 again? It feels like one of
We're
those
so
things.
back.
Oh dear. Yeah, I guess this is just the way it is. Frost is gonna pick up a kill as well. Thinking they come out swinging. They're one of the teams that really likes to lift that one out to you, but still, like, you don't expect that kind of an opener where you're in the subway. It's just running you through. Wow, like, are we even playing for the objective anymore? Because I am not sure.
Yeah, so without a Vanguard, it definitely is a very different composition, I'll say, coming out from UNSW. They're playing 4 strategists and 2 duelists. So, or sorry, 3 strategists and 3 duelists. What am I talking about? So, really interesting to see how they're playing this one out. Like, they've got a lot of healing capabilities here. And yeah, I'm curious to see how effective they can make this. I mean, obviously, Deegan definitely have that composition advantage. So yeah, curious what they are going to be able to do.
Yeah. This is just UNSW now completely flexing their arms and saying, you can do whatever, but please Deacon, give it to them. Just don't worry about the gentleman's handshake, just immediately go and slaughter sniper versus sniper, and then Pika do something to the side saying nope. Yep, okay, so everything is happening. And yep, you do have a Jeff that's just going through the ults from JJ. And that's never a good time. But Nova. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my god.
No Rage of Ultron today. Gonna be the Rage of Spider-Man though. Frost is good for the spin there. Darkchild coming out from Leak as well. Jeff time. Hero. Trying to catch him. But they've escaped it pretty far away. Yeah, not going to be able to get anyone. So Leak is single-handedly hunting them down now. Poor Jeff, honestly. Oh, they're alive though. They're okay. Runk is bringing out their own Jeff time. Oh my. We've got a lot of allies that... Yeah, I was getting a bit scared for a second that they were going to take their team off the map. I'm not going to lie, but... Oh, they're okay.
Oh my god. What are we looking at right now? I don't know anymore. All I know is this is fun. This is a much more different team comp, and it doesn't matter how we finish for the rest of the night or how this match finishes. All I know is I was happy to quickly cast the game where you get to select whatever the hell you want. Cap onto the God of Mischief. Okay, like how much value do we get here? my god, that's just ridiculous. Yep, they're gonna start throwing everything that they wanted to in the beginning, and ticking is just crumbling. Yep, it's a really rough time.
Yeah, solid stuff coming through right before the edge of this one. Triple KOs from Lick there on the Mantis. So really impressed with how they've managed to navigate this one. You know, really solid stuff, honestly. Just happy to see how that's worked out for them. And very curious to see what else they are going to be able to do as well. Ultron. Want to get some little bits of damage out. I see you. See you. But aren't going to be able to do much more than that as yet.
Great to see Frost going to continuously go for it as JoJo does pick up Nova. At least that's good news. Frost is trying to be annoying and drag someone down with him. But here comes the Fist and the Meteor AM trying to find some targets. I don't even know where that one was going, but JJ is gone. There is going to be a little bit of emphasis on res. However, there is the bubble, and he is going to get actualization. It's a much different story. Was trapped. Here comes Soul Resurgence, and I believe when you're facing with a Soul Resurgence, your bottom is just not going to be having a good time. Your top, when you're flying, yep, pretty much you just have to look out for yourself. Everyone has to be down as res super confidently just runs up and says hello to everyone.
Just hello, and maybe they might say goodbye soon. We'll see. But Jeff Time are going to be coming out. Hero does catch one enemy. That's a Lick. An important enemy to catch at that. Finding any strategist is going to be good. But they've traded now. Nova going down. Unbeatable Squirrel Stampede does come. Or, Invincible Squirrel Stampede coming through there. So great stuff from our players, but we'll see what they are going to be able to navigate through the rest of this one, my man, as it's always a good time. And they are primed up and good to go. Look at those shots from JJ. Hello.
Just a quick question. Is it truly invincible Squirrel Stampede if you can take out the squirrels? That's my question, as that spectacular skin is very non-spectacular. Oh, but that is really nice lockdown onto Purple Squid. He's gonna take a ton of damage, but in the meantime, it's a very split fight, and Thousandfold Splash is also gonna come out from Cannabis. He is just gonna throw it out there, looking for
another one.
When the one is gone, but Ron finds more kills, and this Thor with, did I hear Ribbit? Can I please get a little bit more, because that's just awesome.
Yeah, we got the frogs in the server somehow. Okay, love to see it. But yeah, the unbeatable Squirrel Stampede maybe is beatable after all. But you know what isn't beatable? A Strange Portal coming out from Runk right now, looking to support their team. You know, they had themselves on the stagger there. They are going to be able to pace their way back. So I think that UNSW should be good to get back onto the card here. There we go. Mission vehicle pushed over. And they have a minute 30 to go. So, gosh, poor Chattermus. I don't know what happened there. Okay.
Yep. That's just maximum fun. If you are playing as Lick right now, you can do whatever you want. As Frost gets taken down immediately, but JJ also almost going down in that exchange. This is not a part that you want to go down really quickly. They are going to be fighting in a close room. God of Thunder onto the face. I feel like Cap should be edging out right here, but you never know with the full powered up core. There it is. JJ is going to eventually find that kill, but at what cost? Okay. At a full emote flex while he's waiting for the regen. Yeah, there's still 40 seconds left. I don't think UNSW is too worried if they are going to capture or not. It's more of a matter of personal glory where they focus on this part. Yes, that is farming.
Yeah. Farming up really, really good there, Amp, and very keen to see what else they can do here as well. Not much time are going to be available for the rest of this one, and very eager to see what else they can do. Monks on the Star-Lord, ready to get themselves back into the fray here. Invisible boundary. Here we go. Spectacular spin available, but Deacon have popped every single ult they can. Hero already catches res and no more there. So big impact, big potential. Ooh, UNSW. Okay. Going to be trying their best to hold on to the mission vehicle, but JJ with the freedom charge would be what they need to take them out. But Frost bringing out the spectacular spin there does bring them back for a second, but ultimately it ain't enough. It ain't happening, and that's going to be a hold of success for Deacon.
Time to switch things up, including which side.
I'm not sure how I would feel as Deacon right now because UNSW definitely just wanted to play whatever the hell they wanted, and they were still able to capture 2 points and a little bit more. So if we're going by normal plays, this definitely should be worrying because if UNSW pick their mains right now, if I'm deking, I'll be like, what kind of composition would I be running? It's a rough one. I'm trying to think of a possible solution, but nothing is coming to mind. We're deking. Definitely not a weak team. Definitely has been showing up for the last 2 weeks. Feels like they just have not been given the chance to flex their arms. They have not been given the ability to fly. And they're sort of like ground chickens right now. So it definitely feels bad. We'll see if they can sort of redeem themselves and maybe just get some new feathers or something. Or maybe they can start, flapping their oversized wings and maybe float.
We'll see what they can do heading into this one, as we are going to be preparing for battle right now. Preparing for what we can do, and let's see exactly what that's going to be. We've got the walls coming out from Frost and Co right now, trying to hold off on the defense. Numa on the Phoenix could be really great. There we go, already finding Spider-Man, and we're going to see if they can catch many, many more players as well. See if they can relegate them to their spawn point, perhaps. Chatham is already facing their fair share of troubles. They are playing into the Blade team up, though. Pikachu's on the cloak, and going to have no Blade anymore, as a matter of fact. No team up. No, they're just going to switch it out to Magic. No worries, but let's see how it does work out for them. Big gap between filled up by Nuva right now. JJ does find a way to break out. Click going down. Good. AO's coming out. We'll see what else they are going to be able to do.
Yeah, Jets here a little bit uncontested. It's going to be pretty good for them. In the meantime, a little bit of reversing. It's okay. I don't know. I feel like if you don't have wrong key, if you don't have Nova, you just can't deal with that error, and that really feels bad for Nova immediately. Just finishes his targets. They can see the switch. 2 air is better than 1 air. That's the way they see it. You know, there's something that says the air belongs to us. You do not get to fly. Go back down to Earth, where you belong. And so effectively, the push has been stopped, and they have to be careful here because anything of a misstep, just like that. I'm not sure how that went, but here comes Rage of Ultron.
There it is. Rage of Ultron are coming out right now. Damage! Chet is gone. Good KO coming through from Malik there. Looking to see if they can take down the Magic as well. Uwain the One is on top of it. Playing straight into the God of Mischief there. Using the Magic's powers to their advantage. And they are doing so very successfully. We'll be able to fall back out of it now. But wow, that was some good power from that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was value from God of Mischief, going straight into Dark Child and then showing you how it's done. That kind of breaks the stride for the side of Mischief because they're the team that is known for this. They wronged the Magic team, and to see it turn back into the face and do so well definitely is a slap in the face. But with that being said, though, it is still super competitive. For UNSW is putting on a show. Viking has not given this up just yet. Things does look bad, does look terrible. There's going to be nothing from the default, but you can see it. Where they advance, they're still effectively being shut down because League you know, once they were the one that was dealing with this, now they're the ones pushing it out. Spectacular spin with 0 value in a room. Yeah, I guess that's just the state of things. 50 seconds left. Deaking needs to maybe find something, but it just feels like this is just them tapping out.
Yeah, very curious to see if there is a way for them to bring it back. Rez is, I don't know what happened to them there. I'm not going to question it. They're gone. But who's back? Is Bumper Squid. Or not. Or not. But Nuva, gonna be good to shut that one down there. JJ does have the God of Mischief available. 1000-fold slash as well available for Chenzo 4 there. We'll see if they can stack those together perhaps to bring themselves back. But I mean, Cannabis is down. As soon as they try and bring it back, it is immediately executed. Hero going down as well. JJ the last at one standing here. Like they've still got their God of Mischief activated, but I don't know if they're going to be able to bring it back. OT time is primed and ready to go, Amp, but this could be it.
People are just standing around doing nothing. And I guess, is this a mutual handshake? It could just be the mutual handshake because, yep. Okay, so that's at least another 2 minutes added back into the clock. Thinking is gonna be okay with it. I guess they are gonna continuously maybe they'll oh my god. They also try the spider grab, try to maybe step down. But no one has been successful tonight. No dragging down. But JJ is gonna do the same thing as Frost. They are both gonna swing to the and Deaking has 0 ults, where there is a whole team of units stuff. Maybe one more final play.
Ooh, Mini RM are going to be coming out. Oh, that damage was so close, but they just couldn't lock it in. Holy. JJ going to be gone, though. Good opening here. Good SW. Trying their best. Anaconda shoot comes out from Hero there. Sticking it out for a second longer. BCBS coming out from Bumper Squid. Ooh, and Song Inferno. They go and fly. Oh, no, they're not. The building's in their way. Not today, but they've got other roles they can rely upon here, Amp. But you can see just how chaotic this is becoming.
Chaotic? Yes. Are we having fun? Absolutely. Because no one's really doing... Oh, they are just all standing for it. Yep. They're just all standing for it as Cannabis is gone. And Rest is gone with pretty much the whole team right here. Final push play is going to be given through as Cannabis is pretty much being staggered into oblivion. It's rough. Yep. That's pretty much all I can say. But in the meantime, there's still a lot of control coming in from Unit SW. They are really running away with this match here. JJ has just been dying with the Spider-Man. Maybe get some punk through, but one's going to be denied. They say if you want to have fun, you gotta earn it. Here comes another Song Inferno into just the ground. But there's still Lick, who is going to be absolutely ultraning with the rage.
And let's see what they are going to be able to do here. Jadamus is done. And without further ado here, Mr. ZK, that will be that. UNSW will find the successful hold. So, really bold, really solid plays coming through from them, and it does pay off. Lick, there you go. Solid on the Ultron. You know, I was really impressed with how they managed to really showcase their cohesion with their team there on that strategist. You know, always able to play that one, I'd say, pretty aggressively, not gonna lie, and it certainly showed exactly why that is one of the more prominent strategist picks there. So, great stuff coming out from Lick and Co for UNSW. Really just a highlight roster throughout the season so far, and very eager to see what else they are going to be able to do, as well as, yes, they are certainly on track to continue this reign of consistency.
Yep, that was just Unit SW taking tonight's show. I guess if there was a money match going involved, SW was pretty much dancing with all that. Anyways, that being said, though, there is a huge amount of potential coming through with the competition. I feel like where we saw Deacon had really good plays for the last 2 weeks tonight, I feel like they found their current team's problem, the biggest one. What can we do?
What can we do? We can head to a short break. That's what we can do, Amp, and we are going to do just that. So while we get things set up for the rest of the evening, we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marvel Rivals. Matsy and Emperor ZK bringing it back. We're back in style, and we are going to be taking a look at our next matchup of the evening. It's none other than RMIT taking on Monash! Woohoo! This is going to be a series, a fun one, Emp. I am so excited to see how this goes, and take us through. Who do we have? Who's on our cast today?
On the side of RMIT, we have Air Ninja, Smiles, Kari, Out the Roof, Kato, Insect Coin 53. And on the side of Monash, we have Genzo, Walsh, Joji, Student, Dixon 99, and Fuvian. It's gonna be a absolute banger. This is the one to watch. We've been waiting all night for it. The Battle of the Giants.
Yeah, the Battle of the Giants. Oh, yeah. Grand final rematch from Season 1, if you remember. If you know, you know. We know. But definitely excited to see how this one goes down, everybody. I'm sure RMIT have been cooking up quite the recipe in the lab there. Quite the power-up. We'll see how it all plays out. You know, I think they got some good tricks up their sleeve, but Monash are no pushovers either. And speaking of, we're going to our map. Looks like we're heading to another part of Clintar again. Ooh, how we love Clintar. We do. Maybe. Maybe not. No, we do. We like to see a bit of Clintar coming out on the Celestial Husk, as a matter of fact. So that's going to be our map in question. Always love those points of, well, no, it's always interesting to see those points of elevation on that map. You know, I find that teams love to play for the high ground, especially towards the midsection there. So curious to see who has the high ground into this one early. But what we are going to see right now is our initial bans. So let's take a look which direction they go. Is it torch time? Oh, that's a targeted ban if I've ever seen it. Goodbye to Captain America. Sorry, Wosh, you can't play that one today, but they're going to get the Magneto ban through in consequence, and I think that's pretty valuable in of itself.
Yeah, that's aimed straight at Air Ninja as well, I feel like. He's been one of the prime performers on Magneto on the last season. And so having the full Vanguard being highlighted here, it's a completely different thing coming from both sides. So, Emma, Protect, this could be Luna or Loki, so that is something that RMIT is still thinking about. They have obviously played each other quite a while. They are looking to maybe, you know, play more towards the current strategy and take out Loki. I feel like that's still such a confident ban route there. If you let it run free, there's going to be so much of a problem. Protect for Kari as well. We have seen that last week. You know, if you do ban now, Psylocke, Kari doesn't get to play the game. It's always going to be a rough one. In the meantime, here comes the Phoenix ban. And hey, look, I don't want to say it, but right now both sides, Torch can be considered, but it can also be considered for further strategist ban. Like, if that's going to be happening, that's a huge one. It means that the backup Monash doesn't get to extend the fight at all. And Iron Man could be the reverse. And yeah, this is completely targeted.
That's it. Completely targeted and completely on track. But let's see how things are tracking along here. Jumping in to the next sector, my man, as we'll hold back for a while longer now. And very keen to see what else is going to be on deck for this one. I already like the big focus around the duelists coming out from Monash here. You can tell they don't want to deal with those more powerful picks, let's say. But obviously, RMIT are one in the same, you know, taking things out like Loki, Luna, really high impact characters there, and nullifying some of that strategist potential is going to go leaps and bounds. I mean, taking Loki for themselves, stealing it away from Monash is big. But in saying that, not the worst case scenario for Monash. They've still got the Mantis, the Ultron, Cloak if they want it. It's still good indications of what they're capable of here. But speaking of capabilities, ooh, There it is. The torch is out. They've let it through on both sides, might I add. So, I'm curious what's going to happen here. I'm afraid of what's going to happen here, in all honesty, Emp. How are you feeling?
Well, in the beginning, if you don't ban torch, it just means that you're gonna both be confident enough to be dealing with it. My question is, how much are you gonna be able to deal with it? Because, you know, this is not like some normal teams where we just want to have some fun. This is the grand finalists from the previous season facing off against each other. So there is still that competitive enmity coming in from both sides. They both want to win. They both want to prove that they are better than the other. And eventually, when you let so many power picks come out, someone's gonna get hurt, right? Either you're gonna see a complete decimation of a how dare you pick that character, or you're gonna be having one where it says, well, how did we let that character go through, right? It's gonna be one or the other. Joji obviously wants to show it off really well. Powered up with Dixon. This is the air superiority that they've been given over. It's a huge priority, as there is going to be at least a little bit of harassment attack. They do want to be playing with the that all the supporters are part-time into it. It's just the meter being completely fueled. Like, yes, you want to be dealing with it. You're gonna have to like eat all this damage, and the punishment is just immense. Makari and Joji both traded.
That's it. We'll trade it out, and we'll be able to track well into that one. So, a bit of solid stuff coming out from them there. Definitely eager to see what is going to happen. Ooh, there you go. Genzo does find the KO on his smiles there. Rage of Ultron coming out from Dixon as well. Big damage across the backline there. They do catch Kari off guard as well. Force their way in a little bit deeper into this one. See what they can muster. See what they can cook up even out of this one. But they're sticking it back a second longer. Roche takes to the... I don't know what's going on here. It felt like he's like surfing around the map for a second there. That looked really interesting. But oh well. They're going to be getting through eventually. Maybe caught in the rose bush. I don't know. Very interesting.
Yeah, it reminds me of, you know, when you can just do the ult trick. You can just ult on the, never mind whereas we have Sonic Sebastian. He's going to be thrown out right here. Finds Air Ninja really quickly and looking at it a little bit more hard. It's going to get all the strategists out. They need to quickly pop everything at Comfort. Dixon is going to get taken out. And Supernova on deck just in case, but I don't think Monash is in any bit of a hurry to throw anything out. They are just going to be looking at the stack of KOs as they are finally just, you know, pushing them all back. But, you know, as I was going back and saying, a lot of times, all these new maps, there's so many floating areas where you can just use an abuse to get, you know, map reference. You can also silent your as well. I'm not sure how many patches that was as well, but it's just the sudden drop, you don't expect it, and I get more info on you. It's always a good thing for the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Monash in a commanding little bit of lead as they immediately pop the ult on both sides.
There's the butterfly going to be coming out. Ooh, with quite a few ults committed from RMIT there, honestly. They're really fighting hard to try and get this mission area control, but with Supernova coming out, ooh, Hulk Smash as well from Air Ninja could help them, but I mean, oh my gosh. Somehow RMIT actually managed to hold on. I thought maybe one of them would get KO'd through, but no. It just, well, speak too soon. It does happen. Furion going to be finding the KO there. And Genzo, and now Psionic Seduction. Feast of the Abyss coming out. Final Judgment. Oh, this could be a lot bigger, but it ain't happening. It's going to be the OT running its course. Monash, get on top of it in the end there. So, Lincoln, you'll miss it. And it gets done. Celestial Vault locked in for Monash, and we're onwards to the Celestial Codex.
Okay, usually we will see a lot more resistance coming through, but I feel like Monash was given the chance to just run too freely around the pillars. Joji leaving rent free, and then Dixon onto the side to back him up and just, you know, play P2 with a laser tag. And it's like, aha, you're it. But then you never get to touch me or anywhere near me. The only time they got near Dixon was when Walsh got punished for overstepping a little bit, and then immediately he sprays down the Rage of Ultron against Smiles, who comes in with Sonic Seduction. Just from that exchange, both sides knows the timing. They know exactly when to be throwing it. It's just that advanced level of mastery has made Nash look so much more superior on the first one. So onto the Codex here, maybe around the bend they will see a little bit of a different play. But you know, the general consensus here is both sides has a torch now.
That's it. Gonna be the battle of the torches. We'll see who is gonna be able to burn brighter, who will be able to flame on into this one. The mission area now unlocks. Both teams are going to have their chance to find their potential. Oh, whoosh. Already diving straight into it here. Chokeslam coming out. Final judgment. Here we go. Oh. On the deck, does take out Dixon 99 there. Good KO coming through for them. Trying to see if they can get a lot more damage over the top. They are facing a bit of trouble, though. A bit of harsh circumstances. They need to work together with their team to track down another KO. Insert coin 53, though, is going to find double down KOs. Kari goes down in response, so good trade there. But RMIT actually tracked well into that fight.
Yeah, Oda having a really good angle in the beginning. You know, finds Dixon, gives him, you know, give him the choices. Either save your primary DPS or save yourself. And he chose to, you can't really do too much, so you can't really save yourself. In the meantime, Oda, a consistent DPS, is just doing a lot more work, especially combined with the point. Finding the disruption is always a good time. Now this Oak is doing a ton of work. Here comes the bonds, here comes a little bit more. Both sides is looking to maybe pick a little bit more, but that DPS coming from Monash. Definitely reigning supreme, forcing the rest of the backline from RMIT all the way back. Oh, and doesn't get the initial finishing. Right now looking for this 1-on-1 hunt against Kari, and he finds it. The confidence screaming from Georgie.
Yeah, it's shining through, isn't it? They're definitely showcasing what they've got, showcasing what they can do, and I love to see this diversity of their hero picks here shining bright. But, you know, ultimates on both sides right now are shining bright as well. Rage of Ultron in particular coming out here. Dixon 99 not really finding the impact they want from it, honestly. I admire RMIT's patience and composure there, because now it enables them to get Final Judgment out. But whoosh, with the Feast of their Fears, it doesn't matter how patient they are. They get all the KOs they need. Oh my gosh, it's almost like that Rage of Ultron was like a bait and switch there. They baited RMIT into waiting, and then once they come out, they utilize the rest of their ultimates to absolutely sweep them through. That is crazy composure.
Yeah, people need to utilize this a lot more. Supernova is coming out, is gonna quickly find a finishing with order. Koji is going for the count, and Kari looking to maybe push out a little bit, but he gets punished immediately. He comes, oh no, Genzo finds Kero into the backline, but he's saved at least, so no KOs just yet. Here comes Eternal Bond. Kero is gonna make sure that he stays alive because he get a little bit more DPS. But the boost damage is also just as good. You don't really get to finish things off just for free. And there's still a lot more that you have to do. Kero just fortunately enough finds the front line. Genzo is gone. But Joji here just waiting for it, but not with Walsh going down. Both front lines going down means that there's going to be no more play around. Fortunately enough, RMIT, a little bit of time to play containment. Any overstepping is immediately punished, and they have to play for a massive survival, which is something that they're being very careful about. In the meantime, eyes upon Walsh does get boosted. Waiting for the ult to come through. Small super low is down, and Dixon is here for the full wombo here. Are we gonna be seeing the supernova is just huge? They deny everything. Oda doesn't even get a bullet down, and this is just gonna be Air Ninja trying to delay the inevitable and trying to maybe do something else, but this is all red.
All red and no worries. They are going to be spreading their reach over the mission area right now, getting shot for shot through. Kari does flip one over. Vanguard going down. Students down with it. Good KOs coming over the top here. Kari is cooking, but Soul Resurgence coming out from Monash keeps them alive a while longer. Joji does find the KO back to looking for more. There it is. They managed to claw it down, and Ninja fighting for their life right now. Smiles one in the same. They are trying their best to get on track to the mission area, try and keep this one alive, but it just ain't happening. All the Vanguards are down. Bruce Banner back to human form, and there we go. Monash deliver, take control. And that will be the first map in their favor.
Wow. When I say we're going to be getting a banger of a match, I did not realize just how much everyone has leveled up. And this is what you see. Joji with a Human Torch ruling the skies with Dixon 99. Unbelievable place. It's just, you know, as soon as he came out, they were like, I don't have to be playing what I normally want to because there's a better hero to be playing, and that is going to translate quite well. In the meantime, RMIT did try to answer back with their own, but I just never felt like it was together, even though they had the right composition, they had the right entry, even some of the right kills. But in the end, alas, you don't have all the full utilities as well as Monash that has locked it down, which gave that early lead. So now, all eyes upon RMIT to see what they have to say about it in the next.
Yeah, curious to see what they are going to be able to cook up into the next map. You know, obviously, I think RMIT did have some good moments there, right? I don't think that they were a pushover by any means. And really excited to see what they are going to be able to achieve heading into, you know, the next map, whatever that convoy map's going to eventuate into. Let's see our teams, those decisions there. I think that it's going to be good. But you know what else is good? Seeing our faces once again. Hello, everybody. What's going on? Looks like we're going to Yggdrasil Path for our second map. So get keen for that, everybody. Back on Yggdrasil Yggdrasil Path. Thank you very much. Our teams love to play this one tonight, you know, and I understand. I think that this has been one of the consistent maps for Convoy. I'd say one of the all-time favorites for a lot of rosters, even since Marvel Rivals' inception. You know, I think it's a really solid map for Convoy there. So doesn't surprise me that the teams are going to be playing into this one. And very curious to see if this is the recipe that RMIT needs in order to plant those seeds of recovery. You know, plant the resurgence there. Maybe they play the Mantis. No, we'll see. But yeah, if they do recover here, we could see Convergence, which is even more exciting. So I'm just hopeful it's all going to play out as designed here, as intended, to see what they are going to be able to do. But Imp, how are you feeling about this second map on its way?
I tell you what, this is one of those maps where a Mantis or Loki just slips by. If we are going to let them through, you know, obviously a lot of the boosted damage does come out, and just, you know, with what we had before, might be a point of consideration where I feel like you give a boost to anything, it just ruins your front experience, or even at the back, because it's so much more unexpected impact onto what they're supposed to be doing. But more than anything, it's all about that confidence, right? Both teams was happy to let the torch roam free, and it ended up blowing up in one of the team's faces. And then right after that, I felt like that Mantis was just too pivotal to be saying no. There's no lock going to it. There's not going to be any bans to it. So it definitely should be something that either one protects really quick or one just immediately bans out.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there, Amp. I think that it's a very important pick to either claim or to rip away as soon as possible there. But speaking of possibilities, we are going to be jumping into the fray of our Beard Protect phase once again. But already targeted fans. It's the exact same. Cap, Magneto, good night. And good evening to the Hammerfrost are coming through. What else is going to be chopped off, though? Yeah, that's it. It's going to be Human Torch taken out. Definitely no surprises there, Amp. I mean, considering what Joji did last to map, they were absolutely insane.
Oh, I was actually hoping that they get the human torch back into the protect part. It was a short-lived dream. There is going to be an emphasis to protect our Psylocke, and then there's going to be the ban of the Phoenix. Now, this ban coming in will be the most important one. It determines the fate of all your composition. A potential Emma ban means that frontline is just something that you're very restricted to. And yeah, it is. So, Luna ban, I guess that was always going to be coming, but an Emma with a full ban onto Magneto means that Monash don't really mind how you play anything else. It's just that front, it's not going to be played. Low-key protect here is going to be amazing on the side of RMIT. It's so much power, so much things that they can be dealing with. Yeah, I'm a fan of that pick here. It is going to guarantee you long-lasting fights every single time. But Monash quickly identifies that there's going to be no Luna to be played. They can be looking to further protect the backline, which is going to be the cloak. And now RMIT is just going to be the Mantis. Should be. It would be silly not to. And so we do have it. They are going to answer back. So let's see if that's going to work out for their side of RMIT, because he felt a little bit lackluster on that first map.
Yeah, I think that I can agree with you there. I think that there's definitely, big changes to come through here, and really curious to see if RMIT are going to be able to take advantage of this one and really give it their all. But I mean, you take away a torch, it don't matter, because Joji got that Black Panther coming through as well. So very eager to see how that one works out for them. Looks like they're playing into the team up there as well between Venom and Hela. So very great to see the tendrils coming out. I think Hela definitely can take good advantage of that. If they get Jeff involved as well, even better. They get the healing tendrils, but I don't think that they're going to be looking to take on Jeff as a strategist at the moment, or at all for that matter. Like, we'll see. There's definitely some teams that can pull it off, but in a map like this one, I'm not so sure, considering the amount of open space they have. I'm saying that, we've seen it before. We'll see it again, but what we are seeing is obviously the torch pickup from Otter there. Now that could be the difference maker for RMIT here, which almost could take them to a map 3, honestly. Only if they can take advantage, though.
Ooh. Yeah, well, I guess Smiles is going to quickly let them know that there's always going to be a cap that's going to be looking... Wow, a confident type coming from Walsh. He is going to get punished all the way down to a very tiny bit of health considered for Venom, even though he was... yeah, look, both sides is just going to flex what they want to do. We have a significant, teams here. I'm not too sure, but Joji definitely is one to say no to the backline as he quickly finishes off instant point.
Yeah, definitely finding some instant point potential there, and instant KOs. Looks like it's going to be the Joji diff coming out there. BP strong as ever, and Kari will be suffering the consequences there. So solid push so far from the Monash side. Oh, but it's portal time, and they are coming out immediately to try and stop them before they can get it over the edge here, stalling out as much time as possible. But Nixon going to be able to pick up the first KO on Akari there. Still got a couple waiting outside the portal as well. Student going to be able to bring out the Eternal Bond into this one. No, got a mischief. Okay, insert coin. Trying to see if they can bring up the vibes on this one as well. Joji does find Otter. Good KOs like Wakamoto from Air Ninja. Okay. Genzo, good for the seduction, but it doesn't work out in the end. So RMIT doing a great job to bring back the power, bring back their presence on this one, and they will be able to successfully hold them off for now.
This is going to be a moment of reprieve for the side of RMIT. They do want to quickly just stop his Smiles, looking and just waiting for his time. He knows that if he wants to potentially play for that disruption, he needs to give a lot of room for them to play around with the things. Never mind. Kari does find Dixon really quickly. The backline is going to also run into a ton of problems as they know Kari is going to be looking to go for the hunt. What an assassination. That was just super clean coming in. It feels like RMIT finally here to play.
Yeah, finally here to play, and they are trying to stay as well. We'll see. They are going to be able to lock it in right now. Purban does have that invisible boundary up. There we go. You're going to be able to get some slows through. Invincible balls cannon coming out. Freedom charge. Miles Walsh does deliver justice onto there. Good KO coming through. Dance to the butterfly. Going to come over the top. Got us to death into the eternal bond, and maybe more to follow. Damage coming out in droves towards RMIT right now. Losing strategists in waves. But BkWhatOCE just at the perfect time for a ninja. Straight into Genzo's Psionic Seduction. So that's unfortunate spacing there. But Monash are going to be more than happy to send them packing into this one and push the mission vehicle one step closer.
Yeah, I think it was a valiant attempt to try to delay this as much as possible. They do have one more chance, so they are going to give it a try. But in the meantime, this first point, I don't think is something that they should be fully putting a focus on because any stagger is going to make it even more worse. And so, here comes Meteor M looking for it. Does find insert coin without one of the front and one of the back. I don't think this is something that they do want to get, but there is going to be the trade. Joji is going to find it. Going to look to finish the rest as Smiles here, maybe for the trade, but there is still going to be a health back for him to finish off. And this is one of the problems I was talking about. You know, you give a ton of room because of the staggered deaths, and then on top of it, you weaken yourself, which means that this early breach phase might just quickly go through before anything else is going to be played. And it's infamous for one of those convoy stoppers, right? Because right here, if he goes make it through to the bend, it just through. Everything else is going to be in your face, but Smiles is here as Genzo gets taken out by Kari.
That's it. Smiles going to be on track. Love to see a bit of that Captain America power here, and only eager to see. Oh, here we go. The old power down to the butterfly into the invisible bolt cannon there. Finds a double down to KOs. Looking for more as well with the nano ray there. Order delivers. So solid stuff coming over the top of this one. And they are looking for so much more. Good staggers coming out towards the frontline potential from Monash here. This allows RMIT to build up a bit more time and force more pressure onto Monash.
Oh. Where things were looking a little bit dangerous before, onto the first point, it looks like they were able to quickly save it. Joji though goes for the full trade and the Eye of Okamoto. Also, I believe that was denied as well. Yeah, it was denied. There is the eternal blood. They are looking to just quickly get this one through. Looking at the wombo, boundary, freedom charge, and the seduction. They are looking to find a little bit more value here, but OTR is going to be the first one that they do find eventually. And that is a huge one to play. If the first time didn't work, I'm going to try the second time. But unfortunately enough, there is going to be the Goddess of Death waiting for their faces. They're all going to be picked apart, wiped off with the full stagger. And now the rest of RMIT is just going to have to wait until their tanks are going to be respawning.
Yeah, just going to have to wait things out. You know, obviously being staggered does create a bit of potential for the Monash side here, but now there's more to come. They have found the KO onto Dixon, which is big. Oh, look at that. Joji's down. They're slowly, surely getting them out of the fray here. Dixon onto the Strange. Love the change up and in quick pacing there. They know they need to get back onto the mission vehicle and as quick as possible. Look at this timer. Everyone's getting staggered right now. Ooh, and they don't get there in time. Oh no, Eb. I can't believe they've done this.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Especially when you've been aiming for the portal to try to get the last minute play in. It did not work out. And so, yeah, RMIT, it's not too much to be pushed on to try to get a capture here. Should be a rather easier mission than if anything. But we shall see. right? Because they did put the full highlight in. They had some really nice duels, so nice one-on-ones. My main concern here is to see how much they can adjust into the current situation. If they are going to be able to adjust quite well and just not be challenged, it could be the fastest second point to be won in reverse. But yeah, I don't know. Every team confuses me in the beginning of this push. It's like either I'm going to be using 3 different kind of champions or I'm going to use just none, right? And nothing ever screams to me. It's like, this is the stable team comp. This is the the stable composition or the option that we're gonna go with. It's always being scattered and everyone's doing their own thing, which is good in one way, but also super chaotic.
2, 1.
That's it. The chaos just always continues, doesn't it? And, you know, I'm really impressed with the fact that RMIT was able to hold them off the way they did. Like, they didn't even make it to the second point, which gives themselves so much more flexibility into the now. But you know what else is into the now, Amp? The Joji Winter Soldier. If you faced off with that, I would be worried. Very, very worried. Facing off against the Joji Winter Soldier. And already, it's bringing out damage. Kari is down. Good KO coming through there. Looking to see if they can get more from it as well. They are now trying to target down Otter. They have to take it slow and steady, don't they?
Yeah, gotta be really careful here. But Joji does find Air Ninja in one moment of rare attempt. They are gonna also find insect point. Carol gone for just nothing. In the end, looking to try to maybe retreat, he's going to be sent to the graveyard instead. It's a rough one. They're also going to find Smiles, just, looking to the side, maybe, finding, just a little bit more info, but there's nothing to be, I guess, nothing to be thought too much over. This is the initial push that's being completely just defended out. RMIT still have plenty that they can do, but Air Ninja getting picked up second time really quickly without the rest of his team, that might be a problem.
Yeah, that could be a big problem, as a matter of fact. So, definitely keen to see what's going to come out of this one, my man. Big old economy for the side of RMIT right now. They've got almost 6 ults. I mean, one and the same. Monash is super close as well. I think they're waiting for RMIT to make the first move, perhaps. Still, once one activate, there it is. All start to go down. There it is. Dancer Butterfly into the Invincible Pulse Cannon. Jumping out with the Meteor M there. Invincible Barrier. Okay. Invincible Boundary. And it all works out for RMIT. So, sure, they commit more ultimates to that endeavor. So Monash might have an advantage coming into the next fight, but it does allow RMIT to clean the space out here.
Oh my god, please. Oh my god, please. Is it gonna happen?
Yes. Yes! Oh my gosh, it's beautiful! Can you believe it? The Portal Special Ep! Oh, it's magnificent.
Oh, the read. The absolute read. The absolute humiliation on that one. If you're a strange against strange, that's nothing you'll be expecting. But here comes Joji. He's angry. He says, I can't believe that just happened. What happened, guys? We had that. What was that portal? But then, alas, it was Air Ninja's portal. Reading straight into him. And he was just doing a little bit of baiting. Dumping the rest of his ult. But yes, meanwhile, second point being taken here. First point being taken here. Pushing to the second. There's not that much distance that they have to cover.
No, there really isn't at all, and I'm really impressed with how RMIT managed to counter-strat them there and open up the window towards his future push here. Ayamagamoto opens bigger doors. Otter is out and about already, trying their best to get some shots through, but the big focus around them could be what delivers them from the battlefield, and that it will. Big shots coming over the top there from Monash, the clean house. And now RMIT gonna have to fight a bit harder for this one.
Oh man. I think I'm done for the night. That was just too funny.
Yep, time for bed. We'll tuck you in, Amp. See you later. It's a been a pleasure. Good night,
Yep.
Amp. We just end the cast there because we've been portaled out of the map with them.
Seriously, it's such a good match coming here. And here comes this the butterfly, turn up on, and of course, there is gonna be a little bit more damage. Curry definitely hunting at the back line. Crack getting back into the back with some introduction. They are all just looking to get as much value as they can. But the thing is, both side is protecting quite well. But Joji finds Oda really quickly. There is gonna be the trade. But the thing is, this is going to be, the Eye of Agamotto jumping to the top, looking straight at Karo. There is going to be the finish onto Insect Koi, and it's still going to be the mop-up crew coming in from Monash.
That's it. They got the mop out. They are sweeping it up. And you're going to see what they are going to be able to do as they hold it back. Curious to see what power is going to be built up for WhatOCE and/or Air Ninja. You know, whether they can get some maelstroms out on this one. As they're waiting things out here. Shots coming out in droves. Otter, good for it. To see if they can get a more over the top. Ooh, but big push from RMIT right now. They're looking to get it through. Agamotto not going to be able to activate the dance here, but they might just be able to activate a little bit more of Joven. Shut down. Otter. Oh my God. Here we go again. They have got the back KO. And just like that, they shoved their way over the line. Monash need to get a portal. Get back onto the point. Now, they're going to be in deep, deep trouble. But look at this. It's Joji. Spider-Man stops the point 4.98 meters away. Maybe time for a portal. They need to stall this one out. Otherwise, it could be game. Eternal Bond. Student gets there right at the right moment. It comes out. Got a mischief. It's all happening here. They are getting the Eye of Agamotto. Oh my gosh. This is exactly what they needed. Psionic Seduction from Gento! Yes, Ep! It's all happening! But the dance of the butterfly could be the final nail! OT is going off right now!
Oh my God, another Eye of Agamotto onto the back. What a back jump coming in, and Joji finds the strange here. But the thing is, the health is super low. They are all being finished off here. Smiles is still very healthy. And just like that, RMIT, they are gonna be able to cap. That is a huge turnaround. What a match. Everything has happened. I don't even know what to say about it, but things that we least expected has happened. Air Ninja, absolutely well deserved. I feel like just for the good of sake, we need to see that MVP replay. That was too freaking good.
I can't believe what we just witnessed. I cannot believe it. I'm just stun-locked. I'm stuck in the Eye of Agamotto right now. Just absolute insane work. Put in from both rosters there. Like, Joji coming out with that last second play onto the Spider-Man just to stall the mission vehicle a second longer. And it worked out so well for them. Like, they stalled it just a little bit. But then RMIT, they kept fighting, they kept shooting for the stars, and it worked out. They made their wish, and it came true. We are going to a map 3. We are going to Convergence here. This is it, folks. You know, the grand final rematch from Stage 1, and it just comes back. Cannot believe it. Just absolute insanity.
Yeah, I think this is where we both channel in our inner strange. Like, we don't do the portal, but we do the, you know, money 14 million. Like, both of us just have a look at, you know, what's the possible future for both of this team, and just go, guys, I cannot tell you what's going to be happening because it's too good of a match. I you know, didn't expect it was going to be like this, but we are definitely going to go to the full length, where both sides is going to dictate what's going to be the closer. And potentially, you know, how many more clips that we're going to get. Because if we get another portal play like that, I'm going to be losing it. It's my favorite clip out of all night. I mean, we had Pentas, we had, you know, people just doing whatever they want, having so much fun, and just aura farming. Until we got a strange says, "Hold on to my portal instead." It's huge.
That's it. Really massive portal play coming through there. I feel like, you know, I can just internally hear Smiles in the comms trying to plan around that with their team. That's it. You know, I got that like clairvoyance coming through there. And, you know, I'm got a bit of foresight seeing the comms from the RMIT side coming through. And I feel like, honestly, that might have thrown Monash off a little bit. You know, suffering a play like that, it definitely can be a bit of a tilter, a bit of a mind game type play, you know? So definitely, hopefully they have a bit of time to compose themselves coming into map 3, because that was down to the wire. You know, there's a reason that both of these teams made it towards the grand final in semester 1. And now they're back facing off against one another again, and they are putting in the work. They are putting in the hard yards, and they are doing an absolutely stellar job and playing some quality Marvel Rivals.
Yep, absolutely quality, top-notch kind of action that we were not preparing, especially at like 10:30 night time. But you know what? We keep going. You know, we go to the distance. We have a look at who is going to be able to take away the ultimate top tonight. Because we go to Wakanda. Because these are going to be forever. Bang.
All of the Jalia.
Oh
my gosh.
Go through, you know? But also goes to show, like, you know, Dodgy's Black Panther is going to be alive here. Are we going to be seeing a ban? I don't think so. I still think it's going to be the Vanguard ban coming through.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, that or the Luna, right? Like, just it's crazy, isn't it? Like how big focus there is around those priority like picks, you know, around your vanguards, your strategists, especially. Just so much focus over picks like that. Like it's crazy. And again, we'll probably see there it is, you know, mirroring in every single time. It's the Cap and Magneto. Magneto. It's not happening. So crazy to see what is coming out of that one. And we are going to be seeing the Torture come through as well. Torture coming through into the ban circuit. Who do we see saved? Torch? Or not? Who could it be, Amp?
Yeah, it's the Psylocke. It definitely needs Kari, one of the super picks here coming in, doing tons of damage, and then right on top, they don't want to see more synergy. So Phoenix go once again. They don't want to give any flexibilities. A Loki ban here is huge because, you know, the potential of a Loki, just as what we saw in the last round. It's something where every team has to think about it after Torch. Consider banning Loki, consider banning Luna, Mantis in those kind of orders as well. You can have strong Vanguards, but right now with the current meta, the DPS and the strategists definitely do a ton more than what you can do, with the exception of just that Torch. Now, having personal flex into the Luna from Monash is quite good. It means that they're able to get extensions. It forces RMIT to waste a ban onto the Loki, so they are going to answer in reverse because it's a perfect dagger. And now, potentially, with their own protect here, that's going to be the cloaking dagger going through. And this last one pretty much can be anything. I don't think RMIT is too overly fussed about how they performed last round. A full Mantis lockout would be ideal, just so they don't bring back the nightmares from map number 1. You know what I mean? Map number 1.
Flashbacks, huh?
Yeah, flashbacks. There it is.
Yeah, they don't want to see that, Imp. They do not want to see that at all. But let's see what they do want to do heading into this one. So they are going to be holding on here, waiting to lock in their final picks. Antis, Ultron, Cloak, triple strategists could be locked down for RMIT here. Okay, I don't disagree with it. I think it definitely can work out for them. I like the fact that they have big frontline presence as well, coming out with the Vanguards there. You know, Emma Frost playing into Groot. There's just huge shielding potential. Obviously, it's going to be difficult there, but we'll see what they can come up with here. You know, especially in the beginning. Looks like we are going double duelist though, not triple strategist, so that's good. But Otter jumping into the Punisher. Psylocke going to be locked down by Kari there. Monash. They've got Phoenix, they've got Psylocke as well. I like how they're playing into the Attack of the Clones team up again, you know, bringing out Emma, bringing out the Magneto. They've got Psylocke, and they've also got that Lunar Snow potential. So, these are dangerous team compositions, Eb. And now they're going to be trading blow for blow, going face to face here.
I think coming out into like the composition, both sides has been sustained. A key factor is the sustain definitely feels a ton more better on the side of Monash. Where yes, in the beginning they're gonna have to go behind, have to respect that Punisher. Oh my god, Doji got some tremendous DPS onto his counterpart Kari. They are gonna dance around. There is gonna be a little bit of an honor where they want to be playing around. But Genzo gets finished off with push, which gives that early volume that I was talking about. Punisher does steal a ton, and Kari is gonna win out the duel as well. This is just gonna be a shutdown to Monash. Where on this map, you have to wait so long in order to get through. And this is where that early pick from Punisher is gonna do so well. Every time you go through, there's gonna be a hail of bullets just aimed at your front line. And the back line can only do so much before they get and you can see it. And so desperately trying to get a little bit of room, but Walsh is picked apart from the back, and it's just these off angles that they have pure luck with.
Yeah, not having much luck as they would like there, but see if they can find some of that heading forward into the next section. So RMIT are doing a great job so far of holding them back. Really staying stacked up and giving it their best, but Monash, they're starting to build up for some ultimates of their own here. You know, I like the fact they enter the butterflies online, student very close, Eternal Bond would be big, but I mean, RMIT have 6 ults too. Here we go. Order, final judgment. They might be able to rip past the Eternal Bond. Strangling Prison comes out as well. Oh my gosh, they're trying to push past it. It doesn't matter. The healing's just too grand. They got 1, sure, but it just ain't enough. Fate of Both Worlds coming out here as well, and Monash are taking advantage now. They've baited out the ult economy, and they will take a full advantage of that. Both teams ending up at 2 ults remaining apiece. Wow. And Monash, they deliver. Or do they? The portal! Oh my gosh, Chef, the portal comes out!
I feel like every time we look at the portal come out, it's just a stark reminder. But alas, it was for naught. There wasn't too much RMIT could be said around that one. It was red completely. And so, I guess right now Monash does have a little bit of a lead. I guess, I don't know. Like, I'm still suffering from the portal on the second map. But in the meantime, it's good to see Monash is not too overly bothered. Joji does find Kari. It's a huge one. But you gotta be careful here. This is where I feel like the Phoenix pick is super high value. There's nothing you can really do with it because you're pretty much stuck into a corner. And when you enter, you just constantly eat that DPS, keep getting blown up. Even if the group blocks things, it's just a rough one. So Joji gets punished right here. It's gonna be real nice as the rest of RMIT is hit for the cleanup.
That's it. Skipping through for the cleanup there. We'll see if they are going to be able to deliver a bit more here. Otter, good KO on a Dixon 99 there. Does fall back onto this one. Looking at to just wait things out. You know Monash have the high ground, but RMIT, they have controlled the choke point here. That's going to be a big problem for Monash. They have to find a way in. Oh, here we go. Otter. No judgment coming out. A boom and through the damage there. Forcing Monash as far back as possible. But I mean, the Eternal Bond coming out has kept them alive. And Otter's down. Joji dance to the butterfly. Oh, the damage is so big. They're getting straight onto the back line here. This could be the opening that Monash has been seeking out. Fate of Both Worlds from a Fioven as well. really pushing in that healing potential to get them over the line and push that mission vehicle one a step closer. RMIT are forced to backpedal. Oh, a little more. Poor Kari tried to dance to the butterfly, but just before activation, it gets wasted.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate right there. Even though it had the angle, it's just really good aim from Joji, identifying just the opening. And now comes a little bit more traded of O's final judgment. It does come through with Sonic Seduction, but the boundary just as good as well as given us fine smiles. And here comes the Halo bullets, the missiles, everything just being locked apart. Yes, you can dance around here. Kari definitely trying to maybe turn it, but he's gonna get finished off. Bubble does eventually save them all up, and the rest here. I don't think they can be contesting as the first point being taken. Gotta be careful here, Ninja taking a ton of damage. Don't want to be fully destroyed and sent back, and that is the worst thing that could happen, especially if you're Groot. You have no cooldowns left, and it's just, yep, destroyed. Here comes a turret right in your face. Give me some of those bullets and the pain. Kari versus Joji. Kari, once again, proving that they are very confident into this one-on-one duels when they get the chance. But we're still going to be concentrating on the objective. Push that vehicle. Get that one over and see what else you can get.
Yeah, see what else they are going to be able to get out of this one, eh? We'll see what they can do. Here we go. Total Bot coming out. Meteor. Oh, they catch Insert Coin. That's a big pickup to come through. Invisible Boundary coming out, though. Garagaro trying their best to hold on to it. Motor comes through from their Ninja. They're trying to take down the strategist, but the healing's too much. Gento gets the Psionic Seduction, finds Smiles, and Ninja's down. There's no Vanguards online at all. This is a big moment for Monash here. They may yet just be able to push it over the line. RMIT need to go leaps and bounds to hold on to this one.
Oh, not again. Another turret right here. This is... Look at the way he placed it down. Such beautiful position. It makes it tough for them to be poking him. And while he knows there's not going to be any threat from Kari going to him, he's just happy to beam it down off of that DPS. And the rest have to pick up the slack. Meanwhile, Joji here, dance with the butterfly onto the back, looking to just cut it into the corner. Nothing you can do about this one. You're just gonna have to eat the damage. But Odo is gonna find a kill, but not before Joji and Walsh find the rest. Oh, and are we looking at a potential capture? We're looking at it. 2, 1, boom. Monash, super confident.
Wow. Super confident, and confidence pays off, Emp. Just very impressed with how they managed to hold on there, you know, keep themselves on track. OTR and Co. putting on one hell of a show, and we'll see if they are going to be able to swing things back, as they are going to be in a bit of a tough spot. Monash pushing it the full distance there definitely puts them in quite the precarious scenario. So we'll see if they are going to be able to keep this one tracking good. But you know what else is tracking good, Emp? It's the Maud time. The squids are coming out. No Hulk team up yet. Maybe they play into that later. Maybe not. I think that their vanguards right now, honestly, are solid. But we'll see what they can manage to maneuver through with this. I think those squids definitely have their place.
If you like playing into and the more in the beginning, it's always going to be a good call. I feel like it's such an underrated pick where, yes, you rather have the Hulk with you, but you also have to do so much management that not everyone is happy to go with it, and also hitting the crit is the biggest thing, right? How well can you aim that head? But in the meantime, Oda here, he's going to be switching off. There is going to be the torch instead. Look at the rest of Monash. They are breaking the bridge just in case, and they hear the portal. They knew something was going to come up. A classic commentary by Student. He immediately goes down to Carol. The angle is just insane. RMIT, they have that high ground. They want to keep it running it. They are happy for you to be like taking the background. What they cap? Look at this. They are capping. That is just unreal. super utilization coming in, and they say it's time to go and push.
It's it. Time to go and push. Time to go and get out of this one. But we'll see what they are going to be able to navigate past here, my man. There's definitely going to be a fair share of difficulties ahead, to be certain. But, you know, I'm just keen to see what else they are going to be able to look up out of this one, Ev. I think it's definitely big potential for them, but this is only the beginning. And they are going to be sticking it back for the moment. OTR, big damage over the top there. They look to get the supernova. Okay. Fate of Both Worlds coming out. They're trying to burn their way through it. Fioven, good to keep their team alive all the while longer. Ari did find a pick on to Joji there. I have BkWhatOCE. Hello. They don't catch them as yet. Eternal Bond coming out from Student and Insert Coin. So everybody is giving it their all to keep all hands on deck here. But RMIT, they're having some issues. Oh, wow, what a dunk. OTR mid-air dunk from WotOCE. That is just insane, Eb.
Yep, and this Sonic seduction onto the back line catches everything. And just from what seemed to be more RMIT started, Monash S's right back, they find Karid as well as just the full pop. They are going to be waiting for the rest. It feels a lot more better now for Monash, like more than before. But the thing is, right here, they have to deal with the oncoming barrage. Right, no more photo play. They are going to have to just eat through all those bullets. Can they do a little bit more? That's going to be the next thing. I'm not sure how much more Monash can offer into the resistance, because there is going to be an eventual push where they are going to try to highlight and dodgy. But WotOCE getting picked apart like that is definitely not going to be helping that case, as Dixon also was in his final judgment. Is just gone. This is a huge win for RMIT.
Yeah, huge win to come through there. We'll see. They are going to be able to take things one step closer. One step further along here. Ooh. They're getting close. There we go. We'll get it over the line. So, RMIT are tracking very well. You know, they've taken that checkpoint there. They are looking to give more in this instance, but Psionic Seduction coming down. Fate of Both Worlds in order to stall it out there. Fioven, good reaction, good response to that, but still need to give more. Joji, Dancer Butterfly comes out, does catch Smiles. Good response there, looking for more as well. That's a big wipe to come through from Monash. This is exactly what you need, but they got to stall for more time. You know, this is only a temporary reprieve from the bigger problem at hand.
How much can they do? That's the next thing, right? There's so much time from RMIT. Oh, this is a mega for Karid. Looking for the opportunities, just waiting. Notice of death here, pretty much blocked. There is going to be a final shot that's going to splash damage around. Does earn them a little bit more room. You can see Karid actively going for off angles, production, maybe trying to find something, but mid or end, off the top, trying to counter. That's right, he's going to once again. But Dixon gets traded out, means that there's going to be one less boundary being thrown with the bomb. They're just going to be completely going off, but that is a huge catch. Arrow Carry essentially wasted with Odor, and all of a sudden, Monash earned a little bit more of a defense.
They certainly did. They've earned a little bit more time, but I mean, albeit they earn time, RMIT is slowly but certainly pushing up. So sure, there's 3 minutes to go, but I think that should be enough for RMIT, provided they continue to make gradual jabs, gradual pushes for this, right? Because right now already, they're making strides again around the corner, but Dixon could be the stopping force for them. Final Judgment comes out, they get around the corners. OTR not so lucky, goes down immediately. Good KO coming through. Smiles, one in the same. So the Final Judgment is going to be able to do work right here, and it will shut down that pushing potential once again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a case where you sacrifice one for the good. Definitely were desperate to put everything they can. But you can see RMIT is just finding that. Yes, this is a good choice to be playing around with, but I don't think this is the worst one of this type of thing, especially with all the fonts in there. So I just there are lots of key headbars here. And so the butterfly is activated into pretty much nothing. And I see Georgie the Oda is going to get trying to switch the play. It's going to work out for some reason, and it's just an unbelievable option provided in the beginning. Things might just look a little bit worse for RMIT now, because only 1 minute and a half left to go. They need to immediately go for something.
That they do. It's now or never. Stay or go. We'll see which way this one is going to flow now. They're holding on to it. Giving it their all, you know, definitely looking at pretty solid. OTR though, straight into it. Final judgment comes out. Meteor M from Woj. Joji finds OTR. Good trade. And coming over the top there. Invisible boundary. Ghetto. He's sticking it through. Student one in the same eternal bond. Nagamoto comes out. And it doesn't find it too much. So KO slowly, gradually coming out. Gento good with the psionic seduction there. Try and gather them from afar. But just like that, RMIT will conquer, will divide. Kari goes down all the meanwhile.
Gotta be careful. Can't really afford any staggers, especially on the attacking side. Need everyone healthy and strong. This final push has to immediately close it out. RMIT doesn't really get a second chance out of this one. Extend ready to go with his final judgment as soon as he sees anything that's worth to be fading out the ult is good. But in the meantime, here comes a little bit more of the damage to attack. They are maybe this one up, but George is too low. Last find a full answer here, but excellent. Final judgment, gonna find the rest of the team. Huge kills coming through. 2 is already heaps, but there is a little bit of a ninja in the back. Kari behind the part, there's on the butterfly. That's what a kill! That is huge! Good value coming in. Kari look maybe get a little bit more. It's gonna be given one. Looking to maybe save the round, going full hero mode, but has bought more than enough time, but it is going to be GG.
2, 2, 3.
Oh my word, can you believe it? Crazy stuff coming through in the end there. They try and hold it back, but ultimately, Monash will prevail in their defense. So, RMIT not going to be able to get it over the line there. Wosh are going to be the MVP this time. Magneto. Crazy stuff coming through from Monash. So, the rematch proving to be similar, if not the same result. So, really solid stuff coming through from Monash there. They work really hard for it, honestly, and it works out magnificently well in the end. So, very impressed with how they managed to compose themselves and very impressed with the end result that they achieved there. You know, it goes to show the caliber of these two teams. They are incredible. They have put the hard yards in, and it has paid off. So, Monash are going to be able to take the win in this one, but RMIT, this is not the last you'll hear from them.
Yeah, definitely not. What a match that they gave us to conclude a 2-1 victory for 2 of our finalists from last semester. Already speaks volume on how much of a game and how far ahead they are from the rest of the pack. Where you saw Monash really did came in earlier of this season, didn't really seem like they gelled well into tonight. Despite the portal play, it was just absolute class. Dancing through. RMIT also giving us a massive show, showing us just some impeccable defenses and attacks as well, showing that they have all the strats down, they have exactly what kind of angles that they want to go through. But in the end, if we can only go through with one winner for tonight, and that's going to be a Monash. So it does balance things out a little bit onto our scoreboard. I believe Monash is going to be on track to get back to the top. But it doesn't overly change too much just yet.
That's it. Doesn't change too much just yet, but I'm sure there'll be, some big changes on the way through soon. But looks like we're going to have an interview with none other than the GOAT. It's Wash!
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Congrats on the big win, man.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm pretty happy we won. I'm sure my teammates are also very happy. I feel like we played pretty well, especially I think after the second point on that last map, I actually played actually really well. I was really happy with my team.
Oh, fantastic, honestly, fantastic. But I got to ask you one thing. How did you guys manage to recompose yourselves after that portal play? Because I think that was a shock to all of us.
The portal play, was it on? I don't really remember what happened. I can't lie.
On Yggdrasil Path.
Yggdrasil Path.
When,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
when
I mean,
yeah,
we kind of got owned. I can't lie. So I mean, it's just like, I don't know. You outplayed us. Can't lie. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Good play.
Fair enough. Well, look, you guys had a lot of flexible picks, and you guys had a lot of moments where we got a little bit worried. Just to highlight into the final map, we immediately knew that you guys would know that there's going to be a portal play, but then right after, still fell to the high ground right there. Like, did that come as a shock or?
Yeah, we knew they were gonna portal. I was
Yeah.
saying they're like for sure gonna portal because they were playing strange and they didn't have I think we banned mag, so I don't know. We kind of just got owned. I don't know. I think we just peaked a bit too much and kind of fell over, but it's fine. We still won. So
That's it. Really impressed. With how you guys managed to compose yourselves, in the grand final rematch, and you guys managed to prevail again. So really impressed with how you guys managed to do that. But I guess there's one moment that really sticks with me out of that game there, and that's going to be the Meteor M where you took the torch out of the sky.
Oh.
How do you navigate those kind of scenarios? Because I don't see that often, and I was very impressed.
I mean, to be honest, I just saw him in the sky. I kind of want to piss him off. I can't lie, because it would have been really funny to hit him in the air, and I don't know, everyone's banning my Captain America. I get banned. I'm actually getting banned every single time first ban. It's kind of annoying. But it is what it is.
You showed them, that's for sure. No, you showed them. Well, hopefully you'll get the cap back next week,
Yeah,
or maybe
hopefully.
not. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But thanks so much for jumping in with us tonight,
No
Wosh. You
worries.
guys have been playing super duper well as always, and yeah, really keen to see what the rest of the season looks like. There's a lot of exciting games. You guys are a part of a lot of them. I'm sure there's going to be many more to come.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Very good. So we get to get one of the Monash players in again there, Emp. Always great to catch up with them, see how they're feeling about the game, get their thoughts on some of those funny little moments there. So, yeah, really good to see that they're feeling positive. They're feeling good. It's all chill. So that's good to see.
Yeah, I don't know. Tonight we started with a little bit of a rock and roll, and then you evolve into a lot more. But look at that replay, the match today, the score once again: UTS over MQU 2-1, and then 2-0 QT versus Swinburne, 2-0 Unanimous W versus King, and then the finale with 2-1 Monash over RMIT. What a banger and a spectacular night, displaying the full talented players of this Elite Series.
That's it. I couldn't agree with you more there, Emp. Big display of our talents, and now we get to see the results from all of our talents. And as you can see, everything's changed. Everything's in order now. There's no double ups anymore. It's going to be UNSW taking away first place there. Pretty clean run from them all throughout. UTS, a close second. QUT, one in the same, a close third place there. But Monash, pretty close behind as well. Taking away a 4-3 there. RMIT, right behind them. 4-4. Swinburne are going to be a 2-4. Macquarie 1-6, and Deacon 0-6 there. I got to say, I'm very hopeful that the Deacon side are able to take at least one game, heading into the future there. I believe in them. I think that they have that capability, but we'll see what they can cook up heading into the future weeks. But regardless, really huge night of rivals. really impressed with how all our teams managed to keep it together and give it their all.
Yeah, I tell you, it's a awesome freaking competition. Everyone's here to play, to have fun. And I feel like we have a lot more weeks. It's gonna be cool, and it's gonna be an awesome night every night. So looking forward to a lot more of those montages. So give it to us, please.
That's it. A lot of montage-worthy plays. Maybe WotOCE can add some more to the next montage. Who knows? We'll see what happens there. But one thing I am excited about is to talk about our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. And a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to our sponsors, as always, Emp. But if you want to check out more AEL action, where do we need to go?
Oh, looks like we need to go to at AU Esports League across all of our social media. So make sure to go and follow us. Of course, hit that follow button on everything. You want to see it. You want to get those clips. Come on, I want to see it. Do it right now.
That's it. Couldn't have said it better myself. And a big shout out to everybody for tuning in tonight. It's been a pleasure to bring you Marvel Rivals here for the Elite Series. Once again, we are going to be back same time, same place next week with more Marvel Rivals action. So make sure you come around next time. We'll see you, and ciao for now.